Yeah.
Yeah, we could just cut this part out.
Yeah, and we'll just
Yeah,
insert "I love you guys."
Anyways, so are we recording yet?
We are.
All right. So thank you guys for being here on time today and working through some of the stuff to get your shopping list done for if and when we get to a point where you guys can go and have a shopping montage during session. What we'll be doing, and I think I said this to someone already, is when we get to the point of, hey, this is the point where you would have gone shopping, we're just going to say that in session and continue moving on. I don't want to actually spend a section of game time at the table for shopping for sort of normal magic items, because it's just not really an interesting dramatic thing to do at the table. But so beginning of session, same thing as always. Where did we begin session last time? What was the start of last session?
We were in 3 trees. We'd just seen a vision of the future child of Dacron and Marion Stonetree.
Mhm.
Jack gave Clotho the name.
Did indeed. And what happened?
So she said, the sword of the morning, that is what I am. And she conjures a glaive and whispered Lakesh into it. And so we have inferred that we've freed Lakeshan by fire and by sword at this point.
All right. So that happens. What next?
So we formed a plan of how to deal with the church and basically came up with kind of, a couple different approaches. But the main thing that we wanted to do was try and go and negotiate with Morin's sister. Failing that, we wanted to basically try and evacuate 3 trees using names today.
Spin disc.
Yeah, spin disc, but using the forces from Aegis. So we wanted to basically take them out of 3 trees. And then Yiggs basically said, there would be those who stayed. And we said, yeah, those who want to stay can stay. Those who want to leave can leave. But we kind of found out that the captain of the guard from Aegis wasn't going to really help as much. He is only interested in protecting Clotho / the power. And so wherever she went, he was going, basically.
To be clear, it was less of a, him on a personal level caring or not caring. It's more of a, he has a task he has been assigned to do, and you guys have basically made that task, I don't want to say harder, but different. So he's having to adjust and is trying to adjust to sort of get to, what he thinks is the correct answer. I was charged to do this thing. That thing has changed. How do I interpret my orders under the change of what just occurred? Ideally, that should come across as talking to Kaid.
Yeah. No, that made sense in session. Just hard to say that in a meaningful way, always in recap. So
that's all good. So you got a little bit of information about who Kaid is and the people that the group that Aegis sent here. Who is Kaid?
We recognized a sigil on his armor, he's part of one of the special companies of the Legion,
Correct.
In the way that Renser is.
Yes, he's a company man. He's the captain of the 414, the Flintmen. So you guys have some stuff. They decide to go with you guys to go and speak with Morin's sister. And on the way there, some stuff happens before we get to Morin's sister. You guys get to meet Ibn Marak. And what's her deal? Who's Ibn Marak, and why was she important? Why does she have a picture on the screen?
She was his second, I believe. Right, correct?
Mhm.
And she controls a creature. I think the name bottom right guy, but he was called a Shatterer, I believe. And that's basically her deal, basically being in control of that guy.
We had some stuff happen when you guys went to the ship. Foxy or One, do you want to kind of explain what happened from your guys' perspective of with this creature and that sort of stuff that happens either before or after the ship? But let's kind of get the creature and Ibn Marak out of the way, and then we'll get to the discussion with Alilea.
Yeah. So Foxy, jump in if you want to, but Foxy's helm was giving her feedback, and then I checked my floating stone thing because we know that they're sort of similar in some way, and it was also giving feedback when I held it. And so we, through a lot of questioning, I think came to realize that it's called a Narat, right?
Yeah, so the species is Nira, Nerra, and this guy is a Narat. It's a type of Nira.
Okay. So it's Forerunner technology. It was created to shatter planes potentially. It sort of is like made out of substance from multiple planes that sort of like coalesces. So it's like part of it is like planes that are ahead of time, and part of it are planes that are behind time. And so the way that the Marak controls it is with like the foremost piece of it, like the precognitive rock. And so the helm and the stone really don't like it. It seems like they're like diametrically opposed.
And we were told that if we could indicate what he was interfering with, they would be able to command him to stop. But when we asked the helm, should we do that, the helm very specifically said no. If he knew more, he would just destroy me.
Yeah, that's right. So we wanted to just like send it elsewhere instead of trying to get it to like stop interfering. And they really did not want to send it away.
Well, they ended up not for our portion to go on the ship.
So it like teleported to where we're going, right? It
Yeah.
it couldn't come on the ship because it would interfere with our planar
Congruence
stuff.
engine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, but I mean, when we were on the Dancer's Edge, Griffle actually took the helm off.
Oh, yeah.
So that she
Yes.
could physically ignore the
feedback.
interference.
Yeah.
Mhm. And the creature also did not go on the Dancer's Edge. It sort of made itself known and then went invisible in the woods. But it never went onto the ship, to your knowledge.
Yeah. Oh, and I got a closer look at the stone that Marak was using to control it, and it was like it was like a piece of the creature, but it was embedded in the kind of stone that the helm and my stone are made out of.
Mm-hmm.
So I was getting like a strong oppositional forces vibe.
Does Griffle want to add anything else about the creature, about the helm, about the resonance before we kind of get to what ended up taking a good chunk of the time during the session, which was the dealing and wheeling with the Thurge of the Dancer's Edge?
I think I tried to ask like more about it, and the helm tried to tried to like show me, but then like wasn't able to for some reason, or the thing was
Yeah.
blocking it. And like I think we theorized that the Narat was blocking the helm ability to like, yeah.
Yeah, so there's definitely some opposing powers here, and some stuff with a helm does not work while the Nera is even close to nearby. So we make it onto the ship. You guys then go and go speak with Aliyah. And how does that go? What's the conversation happen? And I'm gonna kind of give it to Morin to take it away from here, because Morin was, for reasons, the most involved.
It goes great. So we spend the time basically trying to figure out how can we resolve this situation so the church doesn't come after Three Trees. What can we do to make sure that we have enough time to get away from the church, but with the consideration for not ruining Aliea's career in the church. And we ultimately settle on us leaving, taking the Thurge with us, ensuring that we don't kill him because he could be resurrected in Sanctuary. Aliea is going to take Oil on Water, I think, back to Sanctuary with some evidence from Three Trees to demonstrate that the plague is not actually the cause of what happened in Three Trees, so there's no reason to go back there. And she's going to tell Sanctuary that Rajul has control of the Superstition's End, but has like gone off slightly rogue. And so the faction of the church that deals most closely with Rajul should go after him instead of her. And
more importantly, that the faction that Rajul is in takes the blame for the failure here rather than her.
Mm-hmm. We do learn that the pontiff of the Church of the Elements has a very powerful elemental under his control. We have a sneaking suspicion that it might be an Ifrit. The Ifrit might be the one that imprisoned Al-Shaid. Let's see what else. She's going to let us know if she can get any information on where the other labs might be, specifically so we can find the other Watchers.
Sounds good. Anything else?
We did tell her keep an eye out for anyone who had recently lost an eye.
Oh yeah, that too. But perhaps reassuringly, she didn't know of it.
Yeah, she wasn't familiar with anyone who had lost an eye, at least not within the circles of the church that she pays attention to. And she seems to be pretty well connected. Like her whole thing is moving up the ranks and being social. So if that was a thing, it probably would have been something known in the social circles that she hangs out in. So the Dancer's Edge leaves, goes to fly to Sanctuary with Oil and Water Great Tree on board, and this sort of plan to shunt the responsibility elsewhere and to give you guys at least a head start, so that you guys can get to where you need to be, and that the church, or that Aliea can keep the blame off of her for the disaster that happened at Three Trees from the perspective of the church. So you guys head back out, and what happened? You have a little bit of stuff with the Narat when you guys leave. But other than that, what else happens? You guys decide to head off. There's a decision made about where to go next.
We also, I don't think we covered it in recap, but we had the ritual done on Rajul to find the 2 defining moments of his life.
Correct. Yes. And what were the 2 defining moments of his life? Well, actually, first of all, there were supposed to be 5. Why were there not 5 scenes from his life?
He had a very powerful ward against, I guess, divination.
Yes. Which you guys have seen in a couple of different instances of people in positions of power or people that are very secretive having these anti-divination wards on them.
So the most impactful was that he was converted as a child. Right? Was he a child or like a young?
He was a young adult. So he
Young
was,
adult, okay. So presumably something he had agency in. He was converted from some sort of like water genasi to a void soul, which the church maintains can't be done, but we saw it happening through this ritual that was done by an Ifrit. And then the second most impactful was he was in a battle. And they were like hunting down this fey creature that is like a tiger person. And so I think we thought like this was part of the whole like overthrowing of the church that happened. He was a part of that, like warring sects within the church.
Yeah, what's called from the perspective of Sanctuary, it's called the creation of the Orthodoxy. It's the most current version of their theocratic administration. All right. And anything else before we kind of have the decision of where to go next on the plate? Sounds like a lot of silence. So, at the end of session, there's a little bit of discussion about like where to go next and possibly losing or gaining time and how that works. You guys have, it's sort of midday on the day. I have to look back up. It's the day before Reaper's Day, or one more back from that. Hang on. Where's my calendar?
14th, I think.
Probably. Trying to see why it's not on my calendar. Weirdly. But yes, it's not tonight. But tomorrow night is going to be the night prior to Reaper's Eve, and then that is the night that you need to be in Three Trees if you want to be involved with or not Three Trees, in Haven if you want to be involved with what happens there, and then the night after that is the attack on Haven, supposedly. So you guys had effectively at least a day of wiggle room. And where did you guys decide to go? What's the plan from here on? Need somebody to take lead? Go.
We talked about Silverspire, but I don't know. Did we totally 100% agree that that's the plan?
Pivot.
Yeah, Morn mentioned Bedveer, right?
I couldn't remember, but I was pretty sure Bedveer was like the most difficult voice for Gary to get into.
Oh no, Bedveer's easy for me to get into. It's hard for me to do for long periods of time because it like physically hurts my voice. Like it's not hard to get into.
I think we did decide to go to Silverspire because we thought we could squeeze it in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. We want to make sure that whatever we do doesn't interfere with trying to rescue Haven.
And I think that there was some discussion about going to Narsenhar in the wilds, but then there was that question of last time you guys did that you lost time going to the wilds, which should be reversed. You should time should pass faster in the wilds than here. So you should, you spend an hour there, you should get back, and only a few minutes have passed. But that's not how it worked when you guys did it last time. So I think then the session was go to Silverspire and letting Kaid know. He got everybody from his group onto the ship. If you're going to Silverspire, he has no problems with that. Heading to Silverspire with you, and then told Marak to have the Nira meet everybody outside Silverspire, if that is going to be the plan.
Do we have any issue with the ship being seen at Silverspire?
Don't think so.
Uh,
I don't
does
think
the
that church is
church-
active at Silverspire.
Yeah.
I think if we did have a problem with it, we would still do it anyway.
Well, I
Good
actually
point.
think, like, if Silverspire's big, it's somewhere the church wouldn't try and attack. So us being seen there would be good to lead the church somewhere they may not be willing to go.
I think Silverspire's like out in outer space, and like the church stays on this planet. Is that right, Morin?
I'm not sure about Silverspire. But yeah, I don't think the church has the capability of leaving the planet.
Yeah, like I think what we learned was like planar travel is easier than outer space travel.
In a lot of instances, it's true. Yeah. Because there's a lot of planar travel. You can travel to places that are hospitable. Whereas if you're traveling in space, there's a lot of places that are default inhospitable to life.
And this being like the best ship that the church ever had, I don't
Right.
think the other ones are capable of outer space travel.
The ships probably not. Individuals would definitely be capable. So, is the plan to head to Silverspire? We're kind of done with recap now and moving into session time. What is the plan? What do you guys want to do first? So Kaid and the 414 loads onto the ship. There are 14 of them technically, although 13 of them are on board the ship now.
So I have that we are doing either Silverspire, but we could also talk to Rajul, and I don't know what order we want to do those things.
Me either. What order do you want to do those things in?
I mean, I think the one benefit to talking to Rajul is that we could potentially try to get control of the ship, like full control. But
Well, is he even awake yet? Is the big question. Have we even checked?
Yes.
we've not.
Can wake him up.
I will say that if someone asks that question, Griffel will be able to say that yes, he's conscious
And not able to escape?
and still within secondary containment.
I mean, I'm comfortable leaving Rajul until we feel like we have a handle on other stuff. I don't feel like the stuff we want to deal with him is like pressing.
Yeah. Yeah, let's do Silverspire.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and say if people can throw me I don't know, like a 5 in chat to say yes, we're going to Silverspire, and if you guys want to do something else, then
Avoiding the one.
I am just a little bit, just for the purposes of because this is a major scene change. I want to make sure that everyone's here for it and on board.
Gary, please don't get us into combat before we go shopping because I've already changed out all of my stuff.
Foxy, are you there? Foxy.
There she goes.
Cool. All right, so you guys float up a little bit away from the city. Lots of people kind of come out of their houses and stuff to wave to you all. There is a little bit of an awkwardness in the city, you can tell, but people are waving and happy, but there's this weird sort of air of you kind of just got here and you're now leaving again immediately. There's like people putting up signs and hanging stuff from like banners and things like that, where there is this celebration that's sort of supposed to be happening in you guys' honor, but you are deucing out to go do other things. The ring of fire around the ship creates that sphere, and then it deforms into the oval as the entire ship sort of lengthens slightly, and then you guys can engage the drive. It is on the same plane, so I need a check to get to Silver Spire, please. I need to...
1 sec.
So it's plus 14 to the Arcana check. And then we're going to be knocking off a little bit of energy. Actually, I just track the energy on the ship. Can just track it on the ship. All right. Make sure the handout and the ship matches. It does not. I did not update the handout for the battle. Well, the ass kicking that occurred. Which still did take some energy. All right. It's 10%. We're at 10% daily recovery. Someone contain it. All right. So 23 seems incorrect.
I didn't add the 14.
I was going to say 23 seems impossibly low. So that's a 37. So you get within 10 miles of your destination. So you will, disappear and then reappear above this kind of void in space. There is all around you guys just complete darkness at first, and then once the sort of the field around the ship, that little pocket of air that the ship has when it's either underwater or in space or in places that are not inhabitable, it slowly sort of normalizes and goes opaque, and you can start to see kind of out of it, and you see this beautiful scene. The air is sort of supernaturally clear. There's no clouds. There's no anything like that. And you can see this perfect night sky. Off to one side, you can see this enormous moon. And then above you, there does also seem to be a moon at first, but then you recognize all the colors that are on it. It's not a moon. It's like a planet. And below you, there is this city. Move you guys over to a new splash screen. So you see this city down below. And you can see that it's on some sort of, it doesn't look like a planet the same way. Like you don't see water. There isn't any clouds moving around. The air again looks like it's overly clear. And you can see from an incredible distance in every direction. But this city seems to be the only thing that is here. The rest of the peaks and valleys and topography that you can see looks like it is completely barren outside of this city, and the city exudes this incredible aura of light out in every direction. And Griffle. You see this city down below, and as soon as it comes, as soon as the appearance of the thing happens, you get a ping from some sort of like beacon or beacon type artifice that shoots out at you, asking for you to identify yourself.
What's the? Do I have any idea of like the expected reply? Like, am I giving the beacon's designation? Am I giving a more detailed, like who we are?
So it's the expected reply would be the name of your ship and the purpose of your visit.
Right.
The thing is,
So-
who are you?
So the superstitions end out of gosh, what's our planet called? Sulban. Superstitions end out of Sulban. Gosh, what?
We're trying to
On
liaison.
holiday. On holiday.
We're trying to liaison with a researcher from the Baronies.
Right.
That's
Yes.
true.
Iking. Gosh, do we know her name?
I think Gary said we do, but I don't remember it.
Marie told you her name. Yes.
What did Marie say her name was?
1 second. Huh.
I like my holiday idea.
Yeah, we're visiting a friend on holiday.
I don't have her name in the notes for today.
Wow.
Superstitions end out of Sulban. Here to see. Insert name.
Yes. You guys have the name. I can go look up the name in a little bit. I just don't want to do it right now because it's not going to be relevant for a little bit.
Curious.
So you send that off, you get something back. And would you give the full name? Because her name is going to be, it's going to bother me now. I think it's like Savis or something. But first name, Dasang, would you give the full name or just a partial name?
I would probably give a partial name.
Okay. So after a couple seconds, you get a response back. Superstitions in, proceed to dock 4. Do you have associated transport paperwork?
Oh God. Of course, because this is like a space harbor, and of course we would have to have like some kind of harbor pass or whatever.
Would Kaid have relevant documentation?
You can ask him. I mean, if someone wants to ask him for what to do here, because he seems like he knows the place.
Yes, let's ask him.
Yeah. Hey, we need. Do you have like paperwork to be here?
He smiles and says, "There is a Legion detachment here. Me and my men will be able to make our way into the city without any problems. If you've been here before, submitting your signatures for authorization is a simple matter. Are there members of your crew that have not been to Silver Spire before?"
Yes, just a few of us.
He nods. Says, "They're a bit touchy when it comes to matters of security sometimes. If you request for pre-authorization, you have to have something that says that you're supposed to be there or that you have previous experience with the city. We will be able to get in without any problems." He gestures to his second and to kind of vaguely the guys that are they're standing on deck. "If you've not been here before, you'll have to go through the official port of entry, which it's not that big of a deal. It's just time consuming. They'll scan you over, make sure you get the list of rules and regulations, the laws. You agree that you follow all of those things while you're here at Silver Spire, and assuming that there's no horrible things that have gone wrong, you get entered in. Your signatures and names get entered into the registry so that you can be given free passage should you ever return. From his description of things, it sounds kind of like going through customs.
Always a fun process with American custom agents.
But we need a visa, basically.
Well, he's making it sound like it's not going to be that big of a deal. It's just going to take time for them to kind of scan you and check you over and verify everything and kind of give you what the rules are that you have to follow, and you have to agree to all the rules to be able to be entered into the city.
How much time?
It kind of depends a little bit on things. I'd say depending on how many members of your crew need to be given authorization, could take half a day. If it's the whole crew, few hours maybe, at least. He would say seals instead of hours, but a few seals.
Wait, it's faster for the whole crew?
He's saying it'd take like half a day if the whole crew has to be individually sent through. Like if you're going to get permission for not only the group, but also like every member of your crew to go into the city, it's going to take significantly longer. If you're just getting, half a dozen people, it's going to take a couple hours.
Well, let's have the crew stay on the ship.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't actually let them off. Like, they haven't had any shore leave in quite a while.
They did have quite a bit of downtime when you guys were off doing stuff with the in the Fortress of the Iron Star. So they were at a station and had downtime there.
Oh, right, yeah.
So it's not, they've actually got free time pretty recently.
It's us that haven't had a holiday. This is why we came here in the first place.
So, I mean, yeah, that's what he says.
Griffle's going full Mr. Bean's holiday, by the way. I'm going to get lost. And then I'm going to have to hitchhike my way across the galaxy.
Just remember to bring your towel.
Absolutely.
So, Port Authority will direct you to to Port 4. If you look on this thing, you might have to zoom in a little bit. But you see that there are these little pieces that stick out on the bottom of the. Here, there's this one bottom left is probably the easiest to see. Do you guys see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Those are like hangar bays. So each one of them is pretty big. Each one of them's big enough that you can fly the Superstition's End into it, and it's big enough that it could fit a larger ship than the Superstition's End in one of these hangars. The city it's not really super clear how big the city is until you start getting closer to it. And once you fly down to it, you can start to realize that this thing is this superstructure is enormous. This is bigger than any city except maybe Haven that you guys have seen on Sulban. Everything could be contained within here. And depending on how deep below it goes, and you can see that there are shafts leading down into the surface, you might be able to put everyone from every city you've been to inside of Silver Spire. It is an enormous place. So you guys fly down. Is there anything you guys want to do prior to docking or prior to getting to going through the Port Authority stuff, effectively going through customs?
Nobody has any stuff that needs to be dutied.
So you guys start to fly in. Kaib turns to Griffle and asks Griffle to have a Legion representative meet them at the docks at Dock 4, so that he can speak to them and get updated and taken into the city. And then as you guys are flying down, as you're kind of getting into the hangar bay, you pass through effectively an air seal, a magical barrier that prevents the air from escaping. And then the shield around the ship dissipates after a couple of seconds. There's people moving around doing things. There's not like crowds of people moving around doing things, because again, the inside of the structure is so big. but there's maybe 50, 100 people that you can see inside the hangar bay going around, doing all kinds of things, moving on smaller ships, moving crates and boxes, and some people carrying like clipboards and talking to each other in a bunch of different languages. The vast majority of the people that you see are bladelings, but there are other races that are represented as well. And one of the things that Drock will notice is that when you guys kind of teleported here and are shifted to here, Clotho, who's still invisible and still changing her face as she's standing there, goes to the edge of the ship and starts to kind of stare off into the distance for a moment. And then she looks down at the city, and then she goes back. And you can see like she's kind of almost drawing a line with her eyes from the city to just outer space, like to like stars.
Interesting. Sorry, what?
Would Drock do anything about this, or would he just sort of let her be?
I'll just let her be. She's not always interested in interacting with me.
And nobody else can see her, so yeah.
I might like look where she's looking and see if I notice anything.
So she does look kind of directly into the city. So it's easy to follow when she's looking into the city that's what she's doing. And then when she looks out into the night sky, it just looks like the night sky. There's stars and things over there, but there's nothing that sticks out. There's nothing that Drock would recognize as, oh, this is, where like the North Star or something like that. There's not even a constellation or something that you would recognize in that direction.
And do I know how far we are from the planet?
Not really. You could think that maybe Silban might be the planet above you, but it might not be. It might be a different planet.
You know what? Screw it. I'll ask her, see how she is today. So I'll ask my queen, what is it that you see?
A skein. A piece of what you could be. What we might be. Now or later, I'm not sure. I thought it was a tug at first telling me that Mother was here. But now, I think it's more specific. She looks off. She's saying that looking at the city, and then she looks away from the city, looks at you, and then looks up to the sky and says, I think rather she's there. The pull feels different now that I've changed where I'm standing.
Do we know anything about where Clotho's the daughter, so the mother's being held? Or is? Because I thought there was some, like, bubble plane that she was in or something.
That's the grandmother. Right? That Narsenhar tried to show.
Yeah,
us.
Possibly. Might have it mixed up.
Correct. So the grandmother is in a little bubble outside of reality. Clotho doesn't seem overly concerned about any of this, just, interested.
Yeah, I'll leave it at that for now. We have enough side quests already.
So you guys get docked in. Griffle, you have to deal with a bladeling who kind of goes to the edge of the docks and then waves you in with holding these huge, brightly painted sticks, gesturing for you to dock the ship. And while you're not super familiar with this type of dock and this type of maneuver, it's not incredibly difficult. And the combination of the way that the helm and the ship works together, if you can properly give it the will of what you want to do, it's pretty easy to actually make that happen. And the hard part is trying to understand exactly what the dockmaster wants you to do. But once you've got that taken care of, it's easy to dock the ship, and then the ship sort of settles into a little cradle that's prepared for it that gets pulled out and then measured to fit the side of the hull so that the ship can sort of rest without needing to float or fly. Once the ship sort of conks down into place, settles onto the cradle inside of the hangar, there's a bladeling that steps on board, and you guys have only met a couple of bladelings. This guy looks kind of different. Well, looks odd, but also looks different from the bladelings that you guys have met. Make sure I'm getting the right person. Is this one? So he will introduce himself as Latus and says, as he kind of goes to the edge of, there's a plank that gets put out to the side of the ship. He goes to the edge of the plank and then looks around and then says, "Permission to board, please."
I would like to say, someone tell Al not to grab this guy. And then, permission to come aboard.
So he will identify himself. "Guardsman Latus, I will be here until you are properly sorted. Don't cause any problems, and I won't cause any problems for you." He doesn't have a weapon that you can see on him, but he does have an orb implement that is just behind his, where a scabbard would be on one side. And you're not entirely sure where his armor begins and his skin ends. The armor that he's wearing looks like it's sort of pieces of his body, and you can see some of the spikes that are on his helm and on his shoulders and things are actually part of the armor that he's wearing, but there are other spikes that are sticking through the armor and around the armor that look like they're part of his body as well. The helmet and face mask that he has almost like a leathery quality to it, where you can tell that it's more like a mask than it is like a true helmet. That is sort of cinched down on little pieces of little spikes on his face. He keeps the mask over his mouth, so he's a little bit hard to understand sometimes. But he speaks, even though he's speaking through something that makes him hard to understand, he speaks very clearly. He speaks very good common. So actually understanding him is not that difficult, even with the face mask on. Mm-hmm. So he's going to start basically rambling off questions and things of how many people are on board, how many, do you have anything that is, significant to declare? Are you here to trade? Yada, yada. We'll basically do the customs thing, right? He is going to go through and ask about everyone on board the ship and all the stuff that you have. And if you have anything that could be considered dangerous to the integrity of the hangar of the city. Are you carrying anything that's explosive, anything that is considered contraband in any of the societies that you're aware of, et cetera, et cetera? Basically, are you here to cause trouble? Who's going to be talking to Latus for the most part?
I guess me.
Okay.
Don't tell him about the biohazardous plague.
I feel like
we got rid of it. It's fine.
Do we have this dangerous thing on board? We're just checking yes to everything. And then the question of, do you plan on causing trouble? No.
And that's the question. That's going to be the question for you guys is how do you respond to this? Because the way that he's talking, he very much has, he's not carrying anything with him. He doesn't have like a pad of paper or something, but he very much sounds like he's got a checklist. Like he's done this hundreds of times. He knows exactly kind of the right questions to ask. And how you answer is going to sort of determine a little bit about how the group and how the ship is treated here. So what is how open do you want to be with him? How much do you want to question this? How much do you want to share with him? He's basically checking off everything you have, and he's dividing it into two pieces into, do you have anything here on board the ship that is going to be a problem to the hangar? And then the second piece is, what do you have, or what do you have with you / who on the crew is planning on entering the city, and what sort of classifications and stuff do they have?
I'm going to say telepathically to the group, we could simply say we are a research vessel, and while we do have dangerous elements on board, they're all well contained in the research labs. Just be honest, right? And that we're not here to cause trouble.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Alright,
So, I mean, what are we carrying that we think could be dangerous to Silverspire?
Hello? Hello?
Shaib.
Al,
We've got a god egg. We've got a
Clotho. Do we still
large
have the god
elemental man.
egg?
We've got Clotho.
We
We
do.
didn't do anything with it.
Rajul.
We've got a knocked out man. We've got, there's some shit here.
Constructs.
I mean, do we declare all of this?
No, I would simply keep it at we're a research vessel and everything is well contained.
I wouldn't even. That I feel like that opens questions.
Yeah,
I think we just say not to our knowledge. As a person
Not.
who
but
has
I
gone
imagine that they have laws against lying to authorities.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, his name is Lydus.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
yeah.
He's a Lydus detector.
Technically, these things are not on the ship, right? They're like mini planes all unto themselves.
Yeah.
I think we say, to our knowledge, we have nothing that's going to cause trouble during our visit. I
Well,
think
And
that's true.
only we are getting off the ship, correct? 5 of
Yeah.
us.
Well, and then you could say that the 414, they're getting off, but they're part of the Legion.
Yeah, make it a joke. Be like, we don't have anything on board that'll cause problems except for maybe the 414.
I mean, does Griffle make that? Because if Griffle's the one that's actually who's saying things, then is that what Griffle does?
Yes.
So he nods along, listens, and then asks, who has security paperwork on file, whose signature is on file with the city. At which point, Kaid will say, "The 414 is well marked within the city, and each of our peoples is here. We have sent away one of our Nira as accordance with all of the rules and regulations of the city. The Nira will not be entering, and no piece of the containment process will be entering the city." Latus turns to him and nods. And you can tell that there's, again, that sort of air of like they've both done this a
He's
bunch.
done this a bunch, yeah.
And then the Latus will kind of turn to him and then say, "I'm sure you know, Captain, but there are certain protocols that cannot be skipped. You are agreeing that you're bringing none here against their wills." And the captain nods. And the captain makes a little speech where he says, each of those that are here are willed to be here. None that do not wish to be willed here are here. Those that have will be able to go about their business, and none will have their constraints or bindings or treats placed against them while within the city limits. Any that does not have a formal will be properly monitored and contained, and will not be in-willed while in the bounds of the city. And you can tell that this is, again, one of those formal declaration things. And Latus nods to him and says, "You have a legionare that is coming and wishes to speak with you, sir." Kaid nods and says, "I appreciate everything the Silver Spire does for proper working with the Legion. We hold your people in utmost respect. And if it is okay, I would ask permission to," and he gestures towards a part of the dock, "to have me and my men wait there for proper authorities and proper checks to be done while I wait for the Legion contact." And Latus nods to him and allows him and the other members of the 414 to get off the ship and go and stand on the dock. Does anyone say anything or ask questions of either of them kind of while this whole sort of thing is happening? Because it takes maybe 4 or 5 times as long as I just described it, but it's just this sort of call and response that they already know the answers to.
I am not getting in the middle of that, but I will say telepathically to the group, yeah, we brought someone here against their will.
No, but he said in the
He's not
statement,
entering the
if they
city. He's
don't-
not entering the city.
Well, also he said if they are here against their will, they won't be released from their bound or whatever. He said something that was related to that.
Oh, you're right.
Right. And you guys can kind of tell that when they do this, that Kaid is talking about the Nira. The Nira isn't here. And basically is saying the Nira is not going to go in the city limits.
Yeah.
So they get put onto the dock, and then while Latest kind of goes through and asks you a bunch of effectively the same question, goes to each person individually and asks them, what is your business within the city? Are you aware of the laws, et cetera, et cetera? And it's kind of go through this checklist with each person individually. The legionaries on the dock are going to wait and then eventually have someone come to meet them. Latest is going to take a lot of time doing this. He's probably going to take maybe 10 to 15 minutes of going through and saying, do you agree to follow the laws, follow the registration, that you're not here to cause problems, yada, yada, yada. Are you here to, do you swear that you're not here to cause problems for each person? Does anyone have an issue with that sort of process or have questions for him while he's going through the process with each person?
Is this 10 to 15 minutes per person?
Yeah, can we just make sure that he only goes through this process with like the party and not the crew members?
Correct. Yeah, and that was kind of the initial thing when he's like, "Hey, who all's coming on?" You guys are like, "Us plus the 414." He's like, "Cool."
Mm-hmm. So is it 15 minutes a person?
Each party member, huh?
Is it 15 minutes a person or 15 total?
15 total, unless people stop him, because he's basically going to say a list of questions that the answer that you're supposed to give is really obvious, and then he's going to go to the next person.
Okay. Do we have anyone else on board that we should bring with us? Like, I know we've got Hadarai here. He seems to know like lots of stuff.
I don't think anyone on our ship has enough experience with this city for it to be worth it.
Hadarai would like to go along if you guys are going to plan to be here for a little while. If you guys are planning to be here just to go talk to a single, so he would ask whether you're planning to just go talk to a person and then leave. If you guys are planning on being here for, even if it's more than like 6 hours or so, he would use that time to go and look at the city. So he would like to go with, if that's okay.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, as long as you can we bring him into? Can we bring him into some, like, make sure that we can communicate with him in case we need to leave in a hurry?
We can do sending, right?
Sending is a few minutes, and the city is big, but it's not big enough that he'll be out of range of sending.
Okay. So like if shit hits the fan and we need to book it, we can like spend 5 minutes to a sending and call him back.
Correct.
Cool. Okay.
So if nobody has any other questions for it, Latest will kind of go through all the process, and then once he finishes with a person, he taps the little orb that's on his waist. It flashes for a second. He goes to the next person. Those of you guys that are trained in Arcana can recognize when you say that you agree that you're not going to cause problems. He does a very small thing where he takes a copy of your spell signature and taps it into the orb, and probably some sort of basically like literally a signature of signing a form, more or less. And then once that's done, he says, "There's a little bit of a slowdown at the gates today, but I need for you to make for the port of entry." And then he turns around and he describes how to get to the port of entry from where you guys are. I'm not going to bore you with the details, but basically you go down the port, turn left, you'll go down along the city wall. There's a lot of ports of entry that are there. There's a lot of ways to get through the city wall into the city. You are not to take those ways by any stretch of the imagination. You have to be approved to go through any of the normal ports. You have to go through the port of entry for new people, which is located probably like a half a mile's walk from where you guys are. It's a decent walk. You're going to be a little bit away from the ship, but it's not like it's not going to take you a significant amount of time to get there.
Cool.
So he does all of this, and then he calls back to one of the bladelings that's on the dock, says approved and marked, please contain, and then he basically says everything except, and then points to each person and names each of you guys for you guys to come onto the docks with him. And you can sense that there's some sort of minor binding being placed on the ship and the crew. You're not exactly sure what it does, but if someone wanted to make a Arcana check or something, they could try to determine what the dock workers at the port were doing to the ship if you wanted to.
Sure.
Hook me up with an Arcana check.
All right.
Pretty sure that's enough. Yep. So you're not exactly sure what's happening. Like you wouldn't be able to replicate what's happening here, but you can tell that there's some form of alarm spell being placed on the ship. You think that it'll trigger only if someone exits the ship that is not kind of included in the alarm. So what they probably did was the latest came on board. He got all of your guys' spell signature, gave it to the other person, and the other person basically bound everyone to the ship that they can't leave without triggering the alarm, and then put you guys through as exceptions to the rule. So if anyone aboard the ship that's not you guys leaves the ship, it's going to trigger some kind of alarm. But you don't think it's actually going to stop them from leaving the ship. It's just going to alert the authorities.
Clotho's in our brain. We can speak to Clotho telepathically, right?
Yes.
So I'll ask her, like, will that alarm detect you?
She gives you a strange look. Will what alarm detect me?
The binding that they're putting around the ship.
She shakes her head no.
Cool.
And I'll tell the bosun that the crew is not to leave the ship.
You can tell he's not super happy about it, but he understands. Like a lot of the crew are doing some gawking while they're trying to, get everything on board, and they're paying a lot of attention to the surroundings, not a lot of attention to their jobs, because this place is pretty fantastical for them. So
We'll bring you back something.
guys head down to the docks, and you see that the 414 is sort of gathered in a loose little gaggle around a sort of very plain looking guy. He's got kind of maybe more elven looking features. He's got very dark skin. He has several knives that are around his waist, but they look more like tools than weapons, like hunting knives or something like that, or maybe like a long. But the only thing that he has, it looks like it might be some sort of weapon. Looks like it has pieces on the hilt, like it's designed to sink into something else, like pieces of a pulley or machine system. And he's talking to the rest of them, and several of the 414 are kind of laughing as he's talking to them. And then when you guys get back, and Latest kind of gives you the instructions of where to go, and then lets you stay with the 414 as he goes back doing his thing. You can tell that you guys can either go and talk to the Legionaries, or you guys can head to the port of entry. Which do you guys want to do?
Should we check with the captain, Kaid, if he's fine us going off on our own with the power, or if he's going to, need to follow?
Probably a good question.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so who's going up to the captain, and what are you saying?
I guess I'll just go up and I'll ask him, or I'll state, we're going to be entering the city now. Do you wish to join us?
Kaid will say, I'll see you on the other side. Port of entry stuff is incredibly boring, and I doubt anything is going to happen with the... he gestures around to the hangar in general, and you can see that there's quite a few guards just sort of sporadically placed. It doesn't look like anyone's specifically guarding your ship, but there's a lot of armed people nearby. He says, if something's going to happen here, then we should at least have enough warning to be able to make it back to you. And the guy in the middle goes, Kaid, you're babysitting? Wonderful. And then he kind of looks around for a second, and then his eyes fix on one of Vinny, and he goes, Ah, looks like you've brought someone of class, milady. He bows very sort of dramatically towards you. Welcome to the Silver Spire. I am Amar. I could escort you around the city once you make it through your ways, and if you have something of incredible value, I can find you just the right people to speak with.
Thank you. Incredible value. What do you mean?
He smiles and says, I'm somewhat familiar with what Kaid was sent to do. He's supposed to babysit something, and I imagine it's something about that. He sort of waves a finger towards your ship. A beaut, that. I've not seen anything exactly like it. Not seen many that match its measure. And you can sense from him this sort of wave of psionics that goes out from him, that he's detecting something about the ship. Like he's probably using some sort of detect magic when he's looking at the ship. If you guys get a little closer, to where all of them are here, you can see he's wearing sort of very unusual looking clothing, but he has on one of his pauldrons a marker that you would recognize. He's got some sort of symbol that you don't recognize, and then below it is a Legion official marker, and he has a First Legion insignia on his shoulder. So he's a member of the First Legion.
Oh.
And sorry for people with terrible memories. What's special about the First Legion again?
They're like the golden children of the Legion.
Yeah. Every legionary in the Legion is equivalent to a cohort or something. There was some kind of like saying that was like one man of the first is equal to like many.
Yeah, each man a cohort is the saying.
That's the one, yeah.
So while the other legions you tend to get assigned to, and you tend to sort of stay in that legion for life or for a significant amount of time, like your whole service, that's not how the First Legion functions. The First Legion is sort of the best of the best. They're the elite.
Wasn't there and I don't know if I'm getting the term right, but there Legatus?
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't he one of the people who lost an eye?
He was.
Yes. Has
This guy's got both of his eyes, right?
He does. Yeah.
Has Amar introduced himself to us, or he just started talking to us?
So he bows and introduces himself as Amar, and he goes to approach you and asks you.
Okay.
You can sort of tell that there is an element of he's approaching you because a guy is giving attention to a woman, but when he actually like locks onto you, you can sense there's this sort of like psionic feedback. Like he's a scion or some psionically gifted person, and he's recognizing someone else who's psionically gifted.
Yeah, gotcha. Amar, that is a kind offer. Every man a company. Is that what they say? You
So
make many presumptions.
he grins and says, "A cohort, when we're not bored out of our minds here on some sort of stupid fucking guard duty." He smiles and looks around there. You look like you've been having some fun. He kind of very quickly, you can feel this like wave of psionics from him kind of look over each of you. And you can see he focuses for a second on like the weapons that people have and the armors. And like he's taking special note of like wear and tear almost. And you guys are adventurers. Maybe you're here to be auxiliaries. First doesn't use them, but I see they do good business elsewhere. He kind of nods pleasantly towards Kaid.
I prefer the term babysitter.
Yeah. So one, he's talking directly to you.
Okay. We do not seek to sell any of our goods. Kaid is helping us with a matter that is non-fungible. we do seek a researcher, and if you are looking for adventure, we believe that there may be some coming soon. If you would like to accompany us, that would be amenable.
He goes, "Ha! Some adventure. Well, I think that's something that's going to be out of my reach for a little while. Unless you're saying something's going to happen within the city. Then it could get interesting. Is this something that I need to be elsewhere for? Or are you thinking something's going to be happening here in the hangar, here within the city?"
Yes, here within the city. That is correct.
Hot damn! Well, then it's going to be an excellent day. Menagerie and something interesting happening in the city. If y'all ever make it through all the boring paperwork and get into the city proper, I'll meet you on the other side of the gates. Kid and I have some things to catch up on. Kid kind of rolls his eyes at him, and he steps forward and says, "I will have the 414 meet you on the other side of the gates. There is a place that we use as a meeting grounds, the Brick House. Anyone should be able to direct you to it. It's right on the other side of the promenade." And he kind of turns away from you, goes to Amar, and says, "I think we should be on our way, getting things done so we can meet them on the other side." And Amar kind of winks at one and says, "Well, I'll see you and get a little bit more of a sense of this aura I'm getting on the other side." And then he kind of looks at the rest of the group and goes, "For all of you, first drinks will be on me. Got nothing to spend my damn money on this place." And then he turns around, grabs hold of Kaid, and then kind of pulls him away and starts kind of chatting about sort of talking about his armor and about how it fits him and whether he's going to eventually get new stuff. Do you guys want to do anything with them before they leave? Because they're going to just walk off if you don't have anything else to say to them.
I mean, we got paperwork to do.
Cool. Sounds like a no. As they go to leave, Drock, you're going to notice as soon as Amar gets a decent distance down the dock, an effect on you that you hadn't noticed while he was around, but you do notice when he leaves. You feel a little less impulsive now that he's gone. He had some sort of psionic thing that was making you want to make decisions, making you want to act and do things. You don't know exactly what that is, but you're pretty sure that he is an Ardent.
Interesting.
Why Drock specifically?
He has the psionic power source. He's familiar. His city has a lot of things with Ardents specifically. It's one of the classes. So he would recognize an Ardent's aura more than anyone else in the group.
I see.
So you guys had to go through the city, and it's not that difficult to go. It's maybe 10 minutes of walking to get to the main city gates. And well before you get there, the sort of traffic on the interior of Silver Spire picks up to the point where you kind of have to push and move people along. The sort of sights and smells and people start to be, you can see that everyone's sort of packed together around the main gate. And there's a lot of people standing around that look like they're waiting for something to happen. There are vendors and things, people that have, like pieces of meat on sticks, as well as people that are passing around these long cylinders of different pieces of like stone and metal that are selling to people, the crowds. You can see mostly bladelings are the ones buying it. And there's this sort of strange, anticipatory, almost like festive feel towards the people that are sort of packed in. But it's going to be really difficult to get to the gate, like actually get to the front of the gate without sort of pushing your way through people. What would the group's sort of opinion be as you kind of get to this kind of packed in, crowded area?
I mean, can we not just kind of muscle our way through
You can.
politely?
So okay.
So it's not like a line.
That looks like there is a line, but there's the main city gates, and then around the city gate, there's a big sort of open area, and there's lots of guards that are posted that look like they're kind of holding back a crowd. And then you can see that on top of the city walls, up kind of like on the tops of the buildings that are around the outside of the wall, and all throughout the place, there's just people standing up on things. There's kids lining the rooftops of places that are watching. And it kind of looks like a scene you expect maybe like a parade to be coming. And there is, if you can get through all of this, there's no line at the actual gate itself, but you kind of have to push through the huge crowd of people.
Who's the biggest in the group?
Griffle?
You.
Griffle,
Are you?
probably.
Possibly.
I was trying to
Griffle is the
remember.
largest race. I don't know if Griffle is the largest individual person.
And Bugbear.
So, I mean, can we just muscle through? One of many, you can't, but Griffle could.
Living missile.
Living missile Philly.
So is that what we're going to do, is to muscle through, or are you guys going to try to? What's the plan for getting through this, crowd of people?
I'm just gonna say, like, Griffle's actually pretty gentle and wouldn't muscle through unless someone specifically asked me to.
I will specifically ask you to.
Okay. How big is one?
I'm an Eladrin, so I think I'm tall and skinny.
Okay. I'm gonna like tap my shoulders and be like, "You wanna ride?"
Sure, I'll hop on.
I'll give one a piggyback through the city.
Drock will look at Philly and be like, no.
I only let Ari do that anyways.
Griffle, do you want to give me some sort of like athletics check to kind of muscle your way through the crowd?
Yeah, sure.
Critical
trying
failure,
to-
one dies.
I'm trying to do it gently though. Like I'm not here to like, I'm not here to shove people out the way,
Mm-hmm.
I am.
Ankle
Oh
biter.
no.
Ankle
I put
biter.
me-
You only got one character with reasonable strength in the entire group.
Spear of the Skylord, make the entire crowd prone.
Yeah, not here to
I
cause
think
trouble
that
at all.
violates the paperwork we just signed.
So, Griffle, you're able to make your way through to pretty much the front of the crowd relatively easily. And some people kind of give you weird looks that there's someone on your shoulders. But as you get closer to the actual street proper, the main thoroughfare going into the city, you can see that there are quite a few other people that have people on their shoulders, but they're almost exclusively like little kids that are, maybe like riding the shoulders. So there is this little moment. You have a couple of kids that sort of like, wave at one of many, since they can see the up on the shoulders, or like give thumbs up. There's sort of, again, this air of like festive nature. As you get close to the front, you can see that there are several guards that are lining, and they've put up a little. It's not a barricade that would actually stop anybody from going through, but it's more like a kind of, think of like the police barricades, right? That there's just like a little flimsy wooden piece that's stuck here that, it telling you that this is where you're not supposed to go past, but not actually preventing people from going forward. And you can see down to what would be your left, down the road, there is a huge, very brightly colored like caravan or something that's coming down the road towards the city gates. It's moving pretty slowly, but you can tell from sort of the noise that is to your all's left that the people are starting to make a lot of noise around where the caravan is as it's making its way towards the city gates. Looking around, you can see most people here are focused on either talking to one another or like watching down the road for the caravan to get here. If you wanted to make your way into the city, you would kind of have to go through the barricade really quickly to get in there beforehand. if you don't get in there ahead of this, then there's going to be some sort of like, again, kind of like a parade, right? The parade looks like it's going to go by, but the consensus is the caravan.
It's Prince Ali.
Fabulous he.
It does seem to be somewhat of the atmosphere here.
If we're gonna go, we should go.
Yeah, I think we should hurry in.
So you make your way to the front. There are several guards there that are telling people to stay back. What do you want to do?
They're telling us to stay back from where we're trying to go?
Yeah. Basically, they're telling the entire crowd to stay off the street for the caravan.
But why?
I don't know.
Excuse me, sir. I'd like to get across this road. We have some business that we need to take care of, and we're on a short timetable.
Kind of looks over his shoulder. Well, Menagerie is coming, boy, and I'm not going to have anyone hurt on my watch. If you have something needs doing, it can wait 20, 30 minutes. They'll pass and everything will be calmed down. The streets will be back open again in no time.
Menagerie.
He nods.
What? What's that?
What kind of creatures do you know? Have you seen them?
So the guard kind of gives you a strange, like, kind of like eye-rolling look, like, and then kind of he doesn't respond directly, but you hear a couple of the people around, and one of the little kids that's up on his shoulder calls out, we've heard, they've got, and then like 15 different people start talking at the same time around you. Most of them seem to be younger, and as you kind of notice, you push yourself to the front. The average age of the people on like the front line of this is maybe somewhere around like 12 or 13 years old. Like there's like some teenagers, there's some little kids, there's people being held on shoulders, but most of the people here are quite young, kind of at the front of the crowd.
Are they all larger than me?
Most of them are, yes.
It's unfortunate.
So they start, some of the people are saying, oh, they've got a winter wolves. One of them says they've got a reaver, an undead. Oh, I've heard they've got a ghost. And then you hear them kind of banding back and forth. And then kind of as they're kind of talking and the kids are getting excited, one of the kids goes, I've heard they've got a dragon. And then as soon as they say the dragon, all of them start talking at the same time about the dragon that's supposedly in the menagerie.
Man, these kids are so excited about mundane things.
I wiggle around on Griffel's shoulders and try to get a glimpse of the dragon.
So you can see down the street, the first thing you can see is that there's a platform that's being carried on that has like a really like old school looking carriage, like something that's wood. It's got like heavy paneling on the side that's brightly colored. And there's a man on top of the carriage who is sort of gesturing, and you can't hear him completely. There's some sort of like, you can tell there's something that he's doing, that he's talking to the crowd on either side and throwing things. Like little pieces of something shiny from either side, and then people are going and grabbing them. But then behind that big initial wagon that is brightly colored and has the guy standing on top of it, you can see there are these other carriages that have cages and stuff, but a lot of them have these heavy like curtains drawn over them. And you can see that as they're going along, the people that are walking next to side of them will like pull back the curtain for a second, and then people will rush in and they'll close the curtain, and there's like some talking and that's happening over there. You can hear sort of the roar of the sort of trying to think of the best way to describe it. Like if you hear someone talking from a long way away on a loudspeaker, you can't tell what they're saying, but you can hear that distinctive like loud noise of someone talking. And that's what you can hear from the distance, but you can't see anything other than that.
Do we want to make it through? Like, we can still try, and I can like try and diplomatically ask to get through, or do we want to sit and wait? And
I mean, the guard told us no. I don't think arguing with them will make our paperwork any more fun to do.
Yeah.
To be clear, you asked across the street, and he
I
said,
thought that's where we were going.
"So where you are, think of like right angle intersection, right?" And let me do this real quick.
What would he say if we said we need to finish our customs process and get into the city?
Well, I wanna specifically say something along the lines of we're not here for the parade and simply trying to enter the city and meet the Legion on the other side. They are awaiting us. Is it possible to cross and get to the entrance?
So for clarity of what's happening here. So you guys are here at this X, and this line is sort of the crowd line on either side of the street. The menagerie is coming down the road, going here to get into the city, and this is the gate, right? So what I thought you were asking was, Philly asked, can he go this way? And the guard was like, no, I'm not letting you walk in front of the menagerie. It's coming. This is stupid. You can wait until they pass. I did not know you were asking to go to the gate. Does that make more sense?
You said cross, or like it was in our way of getting in.
A little barrier. We need to cross
Yeah,
the
there's
little
a barrier.
barrier.
The line here is like a police barrier on either side of a road.
Oh.
And the road, the menagerie looks like it's going to go straight into the like gate of the city. So more or less,
will they let us to the city?
Everybody has the guards look like they have put up a barricade to make sure that people don't overwhelm the menagerie as it enters the city. This is what's going on here. So, with that in mind, is that something you want to do, Drock, where you're going to kind of ask them, hey, we're just trying to get through, get to the city, we want to go in before the menagerie? And then the second question is, do you want to do that? Like, does the group want to get in before the menagerie?
I think so. I mean, they're going somewhere, right? Like, we could visit it later if we...
It's true.
Or do you guys want to wait?
I think we came here with a goal and a time frame, and if we get sidetracked, that may not happen. The menagerie seems like a distraction that we can deal with later.
I would agree. Even though it pains me so.
Drock, so you told me what you wanted to say, and if the group says that's what they want to do, go ahead and hook me up with some sort of diplomacy check for this.
Sure, let me find my token.
$26. So with a 26, you're kind of telling him, talking to him. The guard says, listen, they've got things pre-approved. There's already things that are going through. The readers know what they're looking for all of the magical nonsense associated with them. If you want to get through, then you've got to get through processing quickly, and that's going to cost you. It's easier for you. It's easier for me. No anyone has any extra headache if you just wait for the damn thing to pass. Then we can all go about our separate ways and not have to deal with, he gestures towards the crowd. Mechanically, you know that you just barely missed the DC. So he's not saying 100% no. He's just like, I really don't want to deal with this. So this is a success, not a great success.
So we bribe him or we wait 30 minutes?
Pretty much.
I don't mind waiting.
Is there anything that... So, Griffle is absolutely going to wait with all of the apparent eagerness of the children. Like, I am like old school naturalist. I want to see cool animals. Like, I'm all for exploring everything.
I'm worried that if this thing's in front of us, we're going to get delayed more because of it.
So what the guard's saying is that the port of entry is prepared to let the menagerie pass through. So they have everything already ready, kind of like we have all the paperwork set out and ready for them to go through. You're going to have to convince them to put that away to process you.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Which is not a no, right? You can do that, but you're going to have to convince somebody else along the line to put that aside to let you go through quickly, and it's probably going to cost you extra.
Okay, it's not worth it. It's fine.
So, so Drock said fine. Is that also what the group is going to go with?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So the menagerie continues forward, and you get within range of the amplified voice of the man standing on top of the carriage. And he says, "For 1 week only, Manuel's magnificent menagerie will be in the city center for only..." And then he continues on explaining all these sorts of things. And as he's talking, you see him gesture, and then someone who's sitting cross-legged on the back of the roof of it, wearing comparatively very drab clothing, gestures and then throws a bunch of what looks like gold coins into the crowd. And then as you see the sprinkling of kind of coins land around the kind of not only in the crowd, but some of them in front of the crowd, you see the coins sort of like skip and bounce, like kind of like a negative magnet hitting a ground that's also negatively charged, and sort of bounces until it gets to the very edge where the sort of the police cordons are. And then people start immediately grabbing these things. And as soon as they do, you see a kid pick it up and then like jump into the air in excitement as they open it up. And it does look like a little gold coin, but when you pull it, it opens up and there's a little piece of candy on the inside that the kid didn't immediately So the guy goes through, and I'll see. This is the guy down here. And he has this magnificent outfit on. He's very clearly doing some sort of like minor magical effect to not only make his voice carry, but also to make his colors more vibrant, sort of draw everyone's attention to him. And he's just basically calling in advertising for the menagerie that we're entering, that this is where in the city you can go to meet us, that everyone is welcome, and yada, 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 going through all these different things. And then after a moment, he stops it, and then you can see there's this part of the city where it looks like the area has been sort of bowed to allow like a wider gap, and you see two of the heavy carriages that have these big cages with the curtains on it go in front of him. And then he calls out, the elegance of the winter wolves. And then you see one of the people pull back the curtain, and inside there are 4 wolves that are these enormous white wolves, and they are stacked. 3 of them are stacked as like a pyramid, like 2 in the bottom and then 1 standing on the shoulder. And then as the curtain gets pulled back, one of them jumps over the other 3 and then lands in the corner to cheers and jeers from the crowd. And then he goes through and starts to introduce some of the creatures and animals. He's got wolves and bears.
Is this a druid company?
Not sure. But there is this sort of aura of sort of wonder especially from the kids that are at the front where you guys are. And then they start coming through, and you can see he's drawing attention of the crowd to kind of go further back in the menagerie. So as the first caravan or the first carriages make the front of the city, you can see guards come out and start to check through things. You can tell that there's that same sort of feeling of like someone extending their magical senses. They're verifying everything that's here, probably talking, and they're talking to each different people, like the handlers and the people pulling the carriages and things like that, about probably some version of what you guys got in a little bit more detail of entering the city.
Is there any particularly odd creature?
So most of the creatures look, I'm going to say quote unquote normal. Like a winter wolf is still a pretty interesting creature. Like it's a giant magical wolf. But nothing that like jumps out at you is especially unusual until you get to the second set of carriages. The guy calls out and says, "For your eyes only, things are made sure to be perfectly safe. We have mirrors around this next one, and don't let the basilisk see you." And you see the kind of thing gets opened up, and this Goliath carrying this huge mirror puts it up in front and holds up this mirror to kind of block off the way. And you can see that there's like kind of an array of mirrors that allow you to see inside the cage without directly looking, right? So you're looking through a mirror into the cage. And there is an enormous basilisk, this incredible serpentine-looking creature in there that kind of snaps and looks around. It looks a lot less trained than the wolves did. And as this is happening, you can tell that there's a kind of a disturbance in the crowd far off to your left. And when this thing passes that little sort of place where the main carriage, the front carriage is stopped, and he's allowing everyone to pass around and to go through the gates, you can see that most people's attention are on the next attraction. And this one doesn't have a cage. Well, it has bindings, but not caged. Walking through the center of the street, there is a silver dragon. The dragon looks like it's probably got a wingspan of 30 or 40 feet at bare minimum. And it has these heavy leather cords and things binding its wings to its side. It is wearing a kind of a loosely fitting muzzle over its mouth with arcane runes on the side. That you're not exactly sure what they do, but they look like some sort of binding, probably something to do with the creature's breath weapon. And then covering its body are these chains in gold and red that don't look completely physical. There's some sort of magical component to them, and they all wrap around the creature and then kind of funnel down in front of it to a huge bear of a Goliath, who's one of the only Goliath that you guys have seen that has like a full head of hair. And he's wearing this sort of flamboyant, like bright purple outfit that kind of looks like the kind of cheesy barbarian of the North outfit type thing. Like it's got fur and pads and things like this, but the colors of it are so like vibrant and sort of overstated. And then the chains wrap around, and they look to sink into the other ends of the chains, sink into this Goliath that's leading the dragon along. And the dragon mostly, it doesn't seem to be paying attention to the crowd. It's just walking very deliberately down the street. Those of you guys that have seen dragons before, this one is bigger than some of the dragons you've seen. This is like a full adult silver dragon.
Is that bigger than the dragon that was in the purple one?
Yes.
Okay.
Not only bigger, just like bigger wingspan, longer, taller, but the purple dragon you saw was very slender, was very lithe. The silver is extremely muscular. Like if you kind of think of the idea of like, one of them had like a runner's look to him, the silver looks like a bodybuilder. Like it is a very heavily muscled creature, and its body has been either enchanted or maybe even just like physically polished to sort of have this mirror sheen on it. That it is sort of highly reflective and has this kind of sparkling look to it, like it's covered in chrome when it walks through.
What color was Vertak?
It was like blue iron.
Yeah, he's an iron dragon, so he's sort of like dull. Kind of the same thing as this one, only dull, whereas this one's very reflective. And also Vertak didn't have big wings. His wings were kind of stunted. It didn't look like he could fly with his wings. The silver, if their wings weren't bound, looks like it definitely could fly. So,
can I, Brock, does Clotho look like she's reacting to the dragon at all?
She's watching it very intently.
Interesting.
Drock, you're the only one who can see her. Do you say anything to her?
I don't know what to ask. I was thinking of something to ask and don't know.
Maybe just ask her what she thinks about this dragon.
Yeah, I guess. So I'll say.
Maybe she's imagining dragons.
I'll just ask her. What of this dragon interests you so much?
It is sleeping. You can see she's focusing very heavily on it. And you can see that as her face kind of changes between different peoples or different races, that the look in her eyes is very intent.
When you say sleeping, do you mean actually sleeping or in a state that is not fully active?
It cannot hear its ancestor's voice. Its blood does not sing. It has been asleep since the moment it was born. She turns away from the dragon and looks directly at you. I don't like it.
Everyone in the group can hear her when she's talking telepathically, right?
She's talking verbally right now, and
Ah.
you think it would probably be an issue, except for it's very loud. So, like, one other voice being added into it doesn't bother anyone. And people seem to be sort of subconsciously avoiding standing in the little open spot where she is.
The other dragons we've encountered, one, can you tell us more about them? Because we know we have backstory on the dragons and what's going on, don't we?
Yeah. Clotho, we have met other dragons sleeping, such as this one, but they have been temporarily awakened, at least, by your mother's power. Could you awaken this dragon?
Right now.
She thinks about it. You've a portion of the Seelie within you. Of course. So others would feel the accords through you. And it should be my job. I am the Sword of the Morning. I am an awakener.
No, what have you done?
She looks away from you and focuses on the dragon as it's starting to get a little bit closer to where you guys are standing. And you see the dragon sort of miss a step. Like it's been walking. If you guys have ever seen like a horse for like a horse show, it has a very sort of like 2-step walk that it does. I have it kind of like a trained walk. It was doing that and it stops and starts like shuffling a little bit. And you see the person holding the chains in front kind of give a strange look and turn around, kind of jiggle the chains. You can't hear him talking to the dragon, but you can see him speaking to the dragon.
Oh god, it's gonna be Topsy the elephant.
So this is the guy down here.
Oh, Valor. That outfit rocks.
Bet it's Valor.
I would wear that.
Maybe
So
you
you
can
see-
take it off his corpse after this dragon kills him.
No, I'm not
I like that you can see his abs through the coat.
Don't flex, sir. Please don't flex.
So he he doesn't seem like he's angry or like concerned. It's just more like he's trying to coax the dragon into doing what it's supposed to do. And then you see the dragon as it kind of comes closer to where you guys are standing, and Clotho puts up her hand and extends her hand towards the dragon. And Drock, you can feel, because it's something like the power she used to bind you, something like being a knight. She's extending some sort of like summer power towards the dragon. And then she just says, "Remember, by the accords thee are bound. Remember, thrice it was said, thrice be done. Remember, child of Io." The dragon stops moving, and then you see it shakes its head. And then rather than having this sort of like glazed look on its face of sort of like a tame creature, it opens its eyes wide and looks and starts to search through the crowd with its head sort of tilted to one side. And you can hear the kids around you just explode with excitement that the dragon has stopped and is now looking in this area. And you hear the man's voice, Govalur, the trainer, being like, "Oh, ho, boy, ho, ho," and kind of pulling the chains to kind of get him to kind of straighten up. And then the dragon stops looking with its eye kind of focused directly on, well, from everyone else sees, is a blank spot where Clotho is standing.
Do you have a picture of the dragon?
I don't. I couldn't find a picture of a silver that I liked for this dragon, and so I didn't. I kind of ran out of time. I should.
Children exploding with the excitement.
And dragon fire.
One got a taste of child murder on that ship.
So you can see the dragon's kind of mouth move a little bit inside the muzzle, and you can hear some sort of like rumbling basso voice, although it's pretty much completely unintelligible.
And what's Clotho doing at this point?
She's puts her hand down, and she's just staring up at the dragon. She kind of has the same look on her face that a lot of little kids do, though. For that moment, she doesn't look like a queen of the Seelie. She looks like a kid at a fair.
What
does the group do?
exactly happened the last time you all awakened a dragon?
Oh, he took us on a space adventure, and we freed the Queen of Summer, and then he turned into a dragon man, and then became our friend.
Now he's wandering around our ship.
Now he's
Confused.
lost our shit. Actually, that wasn't the last time. The last time we met a purple dragon, we gave her knowledge, and she sent Syl with us, and it's too many words.
She immediately killed the nice kobold who was translating for her cult.
But I thought after a while they reverted.
Every
Yes.
dragon we've met so far is very nice. I don't you know.
But has reverted, yes. But we are not Clotho.
So you see the things have stopped. The dragon kind of like shifts side to side. You can see it kind of test the bindings on its wings. And then it doesn't look like it's straining to break them, just kind of like noticing that they're there. And then goes and says something else. Although this time it's louder and the people around are starting to get quieter, noticing that something's going on, that you can tell it's something that's like in a language, like it's speaking Draconic.
Ooh, I think I speak Draconic. Let me double check. I do. I speak modern Draconic.
So give me Streetwise is the default check for, because it's not speaking the same type of Draconic that you know.
Mhm.
Streetwise would be the default check, so give me a Streetwise check or justify something else of trying to figure out what it's saying.
Okay. I will do Streetwise. And let's see. Okay.
So you can definitely recognize that it's saying something in Draconic. And the way that it's talking, it's pretty clearly asking a question. But the combination of it's wearing kind of a muzzle and the fact that you're pretty certain it's not speaking the same type of Draconic that you know means that other than the fact that you know it's asking some kind of question, you don't know what it's saying.
I'll ask Clotho, what is the dragon asking of you?
So she looks back at you and then looks at the dragon. It doesn't know who I am or what I am. So I told it.
What do we know about the connection between the dragons and the summer court?
So we know from talking with the Hercator in the bank that some of the original accounts from basically, I guess, the founding of the universe are the Summer and Winter Court and Io,
Yeah.
which is the dragon line. And at one point we asked about Io and learned that they had lost their power before the adversary came on the scene. I think that predated the calamity.
Io had been slain prior to the adversary and all that stuff.
Yes. But then we also know that in the bank, someone had impersonated Io's line, and that was where one of the soul deficits came from, one of the accounts that was not correct. And so now the banker did some upped some security measures on the Io account because of that.
So while you guys are kind of talking back and forth mentally and being like, okay, what do you think is actually happening here? People around you are starting to notice that something is wrong. Something is off. The dragon has stopped and is doing something and is looking towards you. And you can see that you're getting a few kind of questioning looks from the guards. Some of the adults near you are kind of grabbing their kids and pulling them back away from the barrier now that the dragon is doing something that they don't expect. And you can tell that you've got maybe 30 seconds to a minute before people start coming in and doing things. This has now gotten to the point of weirdness that people are starting to notice something is wrong or treat it as if something is wrong. And I'm going to just go through the group real quick and ask, what is Griffle doing while this is happening?
I'm just be free.
Okay, Morin?
I am gonna put one down just in case as well.
Put one in the dirt.
Put her down. All right. So go ahead whenever you're ready. That melee basic against one, and then
I'm just kind of watching because I Filibuster and one have talked about interacting with dragons multiple times before, and I don't think Morin ever has. So I'm kind of wary about a potentially wild dragon being released in a large crowd, and what that might mean for our chances on getting into the city.
Phil, what is Philly doing?
And I can hear everything that Clotho is saying to Drock, right?
Yeah, she's saying it out loud.
Okay.
What is Philly doing?
I'm still muted. I am just watching because I do not know what is about to happen.
All right. So one, you're what are you doing? What's your reaction to seeing this sort of play out?
I am very excited with no awareness of how bad this could go.
All right. And last, what's Drock doing? You can tell that there's conversation that's happening between Clotho and the dragon.
I'll ask Clotho. We're drawing too much attention, and we have business in the city. I fear this will make that more difficult. Can you ask the dragon to proceed with his handler as normal?
She tilts her head. For what purpose?
If anything were to happen here, there are too many innocents and children about. This would be a bad place for a confrontation.
So she blinks slowly and then looks around like she didn't notice she was standing in a crowd until that moment. Oh. So you think that it should pretend to be bound? Until when?
Until it is safer for it to try and escape without hurting so many innocents.
A subterfuge, but with no reason that I can tell. But could cause problems for my knight here. But it would be difficult to do this and still be within my nature. I am an awakener. It is awake. I guess it could choose if it wanted to maintain itself as it is.
It would stand a better chance of escape when there was less of a crowd and fewer guards. It should wait till night when it is quieter and escape at a more opportune time.
So she nods. This could be done, I guess. It might be a fun little adventure. She sort of like claps her hands together and gives out a little giggle.
Yeah.
Oh.
Think of it like a game of I don't know what you guys call it. We call it a game of possum where you pretend like you're sleeping.
Never heard of that one.
Okay. It's called playing possum. The Sylvan equivalent of like, yeah, just play possum. He can just pretend to be asleep and then peekaboo. It'll be fun. Trust me.
So, kind of directing it toward like could be a little bit of like a game. She laughs and says, "I'll see if he wants to. It could be fun." And then you can tell that, the way that she's moving, it's like she's doing that same sort of like she's doing telepathic communication. That sort of like notice someone's checked out or there's someone's having a conversation. She's mouthing along words, but you can't hear anything. And then you see the dragon sort of like very slowly shake its head back and forth. And then after she continues talking, it nods its head and then lets out this like low bubbling growl for a second. And then says something in Draconic, which is now easier to tell with people sort of quieted in the nearby area. And about the time that the dragon sort of looks like it's sort of nodding down, and you can tell it's sort of like sitting itself back up. It's sort of taking the posture that it had before. Looks like it might be kind of deciding to go along with the ruse. You see the man, Manuel, has gotten off of the top of his cart and is sort of like walking towards you very rapidly in a flurry of bright red and pink skirts. What is the meaning of this? I have a show to operate. If you wish to be here and see the wonders of Silver Spike, then you will see the spike within the spire, and you will pay for the privilege. What? Lenore, continue moving, boy. And he seems like he's completely flustered with the Goliath, who is like head and shoulders bigger than him and like twice as wide. And then he's trying to still be very personable, like, oh, yes, come to the show to everyone else on the side.
I will loudly call back and be like, apologies, we just wish to get a sneak peek as best as possible. Try and like bluff and try and like make that seem what's happening so the guards don't attack.
Hook me up.
Well, can I
hold
assist
on.
as
Wait,
well?
wait.
Oh, actually, I would be terrible at assisting. Never mind.
I always forget about this. I can use life losing hand on this.
Oh, you can. That is a 3.
Please be better. Yeah.
Oh.
Much better.
So what was it that you said exactly? Remind me.
Apologies, we were just trying to get a sneak peek and may have caused a distraction.
So he gives a big smile with the flourish of his hand. Says, of course, these things can be wild and crazy, things that beyond your dreams and imaginations. they shouldn't be able to be distracted, but things can happen. But everyone rest assured, the creature is contained. And you can tell he sort of swaps away from like, he kind of, cool, you've caused a distraction. He swaps off of that to reassuring people. There's a bit of a fear in the crowd that the dragon was moving around. Like, yes, it's wonderful to see, but at the same time, it's a full-grown dragon that's walking down the street. It's kind of scary. And he goes to saying, it is completely maintained. Silver Spike will not be harming anyone. And then as that sort of like that magical effect that's sort of augmenting his voice and making it louder, this sort of booming thing happens. There is a quiet in the crowd for a second. And then you hear, and you can tell that everyone else kind of hears and pays attention to it. Clotho go, Thrazdul. You see the guy sort of falter with a smile a little bit, and he's looking around at the crowd like he's trying to see who was just talking. Excuse me? And Clotho says again, Silver Spike is not its name. His name is Thrazdul. You see the guy is sort of like frantically looking through the crowd, like not sure. Yes, well, dragons are special creatures. Many names in many places. Yes. And it will be showing, and then starts to go about show times and things like this. And you can tell that he's like really flustered. And the dragon itself, that sheen that it had, where it kind of looked like polished steel, is starting to like flake off. Its scales start to look different. It's moving a little bit different. It doesn't really look the same way it did before. It kind of looked like, for lack of better terms, it had makeup on, and now it looks more like a creature than anything else. Its body looks more natural, I guess you'd say. So the dragon kind of goes along, and you see little flecks of something shiny falling off the side of the creature as it's walking and shedding it kind of like a second skin. The creature being the dragon. Sorry. So the Manuel, well, yes. Anyways, the Manticore! And he turns back towards the crowd, and there's another huge cage that has within it a Manticore, and starts to call out and redirect as the dragon passes by. The Goliath looks like he's moving along. He looks kind of uncomfortable. He looks over his shoulder back at you all, like trying to figure out what's going on. And you can tell that he's got like the wheels are turning, like he's not sure what's happening, but he continues his job and kind of makes his way to the front. And you can see that he kind of goes to the area where everyone's coming in, kind of to start getting processed as the rest of the menagerie passes through. Anything you guys are doing while the parade continues?
Is the crowd pulled back too far? Can we duck into the crowd and try and disappear?
If you guys wanted to, you could.
That would be best.
I think it'd be best.
So the crowd is enormous, and once the dragon and sort of the uncertainty around it has passed, if you step away from the lines, people just sort of fill in automatically behind you. Like, people aren't crushing in. But outside of where Clotho's standing, there are no just kind of miscellaneously open spaces near the front of the crowd. And so people kind of press back in as soon as you guys kind of withdraw from it. And you can see that there's maybe 4 or 5 more cages in the menagerie. It's decently big for like a traveling show, but it's not to the point where you guys are going to be waiting here all day. Is the plan just to kind of wait for the rest of everything to pass through and kind of the excitement to die down and then head through the gates?
I think so, yep.
Yeah.
So you guys wait, see some of the things, you see announcements happening, and then the Manuel gets back on top of his carriage and continues to talks about the Manticore, about all the things that it can do, all these, wonderful, wondrous tricks that it can play with balloons and all this sort of stuff. And as it's talking, you can see another Bladeling who's walking with a purpose towards the guy who's up on the towards Manuel, and he's got flanking him on either side 2 guards on either side that are walking with him with a purpose. And then the guy kind of goes to the bottom of the thing and gestures for him to come down. You can tell Manuel is like, we must make sure proper entrance into the city with all these dangerous creatures, that they are properly checked and maintained. Of course, everything is safe in Manuel's menagerie. And you can tell he kind of turns off that effect that makes him way louder. And he, goes and kind of doesn't get off the top of the carriage, but leans down and like he's fiercely whispering with the person who's there. And you can tell there's some sort of argument happening.
Is there any way to get close enough to try and listen in, read lips, kind of see what's going on?
Reading lips on the Bladeling is going to be more or less impossible because he has that same sort of slight, it kind of looks like it's armor, but it's part of his body as well. And you can tell there's something around Manuel's face and mask or mouth that is sort of probably masking his voice from traveling very far, and also making his face just sort of a blur. He's done something minor to make this a secretive thing. So you'd have to get pretty close or penetrate it in some way or wait it out. Not hearing anything, so they continue to talk. You can tell that the Bladeling kind of crosses his arms. He looks like he's maybe trying to be a bit intimidating. And then the circus announcer, he's kind of gesturing very emphatically and this sort of stuff. And then after a moment, he stops sort of mid-gesture. It looks like he stopped kind of mid-sentence. And then his eyes snap up and he starts to look through the area of the crowd where you guys were. Two of the guards kind of glance over that way as well. Are you guys going to make an effort to completely go hidden to blend into the crowd?
Yeah, that was the plan when going into the crowd, to kind of avoid anything awkward that was about to happen.
All right, so I need either stealth or bluff checks from each person, or you can justify something else.
Oh.
I would like to hide behind the other children.
You don't need a bluff or stealth check. Yeah, you just squat down.
Those are 2 bluff checks. I need 3 more, please.
Okay.
Or stealth.
I'll do bluff, but I'll also use my minor creation to I don't know, conjure something big that I didn't have before to look like a different person.
One moment.
Whoa, Griffle has stealth?
I do actually have stealth. I'm going to put on a pair of moustache glasses.
Gary, I'm gonna use insightful comment. Yes, sir. This is the best ability I've ever taken.
Okay.
+6 to everyone, by the way.
Sweet.
So
Everyone who did bluff.
no, bluff, diplomacy, or intimidate.
Yeah. Well, not to
Not
stealth.
stealth.
So bluff.
Not stealth, yeah.
Not to stealth.
Not to stealth.
So, let me look. I need to change this thing real quick at some point.
So I think the lowest is then the stealth 25.
It is Why is my DC thing not letting me change the default value? What the hell? I think that means that almost everybody passed hard DC. There you go. So that means Morin and Griffle. Morin, the fact that you're dead means that you stand out a little bit more than other people. And Griffle, the fact that you're giant, you're a little bit bigger than the normal people here. You kind of have to be intentionally smaller, and there's no other bugbears in the crowd. Mean that like when he's looking around, you can tell he can vaguely sort of see roughly where you guys are. You can tell that he's looking specifically for you all, and then he doesn't see exactly where you guys are, but he's like, I know they were somewhere over there. And then he snaps back down, and you can tell the conversation with the guards is he's pointing over vaguely in the direction where you guys were. It's not really close to where you are now, pointing in the direction where you guys were, and he's very sort of animatedly talking and gesturing in that way.
Your dragon's trouble, what's going on, and we're getting blamed.
Seems to be.
Thanks, one.
But we've freed a dragon from the shackles.
Yeah, thanks, one. Could have done it later. Oh, I'm totally for it. I didn't stop you in any way. I'm just blaming you.
Mm-hmm. It's fair.
So what's the plan? It looks like the guards, the head guard that is talking to Manuel, he's staying there, but the other 4 guards look like they're heading this direction. Do you guys think that you've so far blended into the crowd pretty well? It's not going to be that difficult to get away if you choose, but if the guards kind of vaguely have an idea of what they're looking for and they start a systematic search of the crowd, they're probably going to find you.
Like how? Like,
I mean, what could they possibly do to us?
I don't know.
We're just watching a parade.
Tell us to leave.
They could delay us.
Ask a lot of questions we don't want to answer.
That's the problem, yeah.
So what's the plan?
Die.
Okay.
Well, one, this is your mess. You pick.
I should be right back a minute, sorry.
Okay. Do you guys think that if we lie low for a little bit, we could still get in the city?
Probably.
You mean like wait a while in the crowd?
Yeah.
Shouldn't we just try to get into the city so that we go into the city and not be found?
Are those the same guards that we're going to have to talk to get into the city?
Yeah, so these guys came from the gate, right? So in our little terrible diagram over here, this is Manuel's cart. The guards are here. The guards were here. The dragon made it to the gate. The guards stopped the dragon, and then the guards, came up to Manuel, who's on his little carriage in the middle of the street, and started talking to him. And then Manuel gestured over vaguely in the area where you guys were and started very emphatically pointing your direction. So it does look like these are the guards that are in charge of letting people into the city. There was some sort of issue with the dragon, so they went to Manuel, and Manuel gestured where you guys are. So the head guard, who's probably maybe in charge of the gate or commanding officer or something like that, he's staying with Manuel, and the other 4 have sort of broken off from him and are now going to the crowd to go look for people. Well, look for you guys.
I don't know. I think we just play it cool. I think we could get in. There's no way they could pin this on us.
So, I mean, if you see the guards coming, are you going to just, your options are either approach them as well, if you can tell that they're looking for you and you want them to see you, or you can just not really hide or not leave and they'll find you, or you can attempt to hide. Those are sort of the 3 options. Which of the 3? Because it sounds like you're going to kind of step forward when you can tell they're looking for you.
I think option 2, just play it oblivious. We were checking out the dragon. Now we're trying to make
Also,
our way to the.
None of us interacted with the dragon.
Yeah, exactly. Like outwardly, there's nothing anybody could say that we did.
Yeah, Philly just looked like a good snack.
Well, really, the only person that did anything was that Drock sort of talked directly to him, right? Talked to the circus announcer.
And said we may have caused a distraction.
Right.
If they ask how, I don't know how to answer that. Except Philly looks like a good snack.
Well, as you guys are standing there, you see the people kind of make space, make room for the guards. The guards like look around for a little bit, and then after a moment, one of them sees Drock and kind of calls out, "Hey, you, Hob, I need to speak with you. Don't move."
Hob.
I'll turn to him and yell back, "Yes, what can I do for you, sir?"
He kind of gestures with his hand for the crowd to kind of part, and then he kind of motions with his finger for you to come towards him.
I will listen and go towards him.
Okay. So he crosses his arms, says, "The circus master says you created some sort of distraction, that you've done something." You can see him kind of like look you up and down. You are. Kind of tilts his head to the side like he's trying to think about something. An ardent? No, you don't feel quite right. You've got some sort of psionic powers. You can sense there's a little bit of psionics coming from him as well. Have you done something to the dragon? A trick?
No, sir. There were no psionics or tricks involved. And I was just trying to calm the crowd that seemed to be getting a little uneasy. We were simply admiring the dragon, and I think he saw my friend, and I'll motion to Philly, who does look like a good snack.
So he looks over, he nods his head. Oh, trying to calm the crowd. You can tell that like that clicks with what he was assuming. Like that, he's like, all right, okay, that makes sense. He's like, well, do you think maybe something might have gotten triggered by use of psionics? The creature, our reader is coming up that it's got some sort of signature of a will within it. Any of you others, you can see him like look around, and he's kind of casting his psionics into the crowd, sort of detect magic, but detect psionics. One, how close do you think he would be to Drock? Do you think he'd be close enough that he'd be able to detect you pretty easily?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so you can feel the detection kind of hit you, and he kind of looks over to you as, "Ma'am, looks like you've," and kind of like looks back and forth and sees the marking on Drock for a second, and then you see he kind of frowns pretty deeply. Right, court. He kind of like gnashes his teeth for a second. Well, if it's court business, scions of the court, if you didn't mind, I'm not accusing anyone of anything. All this is voluntary, but there's some incongruencies that I need to look at. And if nothing else, maybe we could use your expertise, Miss. And he kind of leaves it open for one.
You may call me one.
Does expertise come with expedited paperwork?
He looks around. Well, if you're trying to get into the city, you've got people. You've got to get this mess sorted out some way or another. If you can help that happen, then we can get you into the city. He looks around and kind of noticing that there's not just like a couple of people, that there's like a group of people. You guys are kind of grouped together. He's like, how many of them are you?
5 and this old man.
And Hatterai kind of faintly waves. 6 expedites, so that you can deal with whatever the hell the captain wants. That seems fair enough to me. If you wouldn't mind, he gestures for you to follow him, and he walks towards the barricade.
I'll follow.
Yeah.
So he walks towards the center of the thoroughfare, like he's walking towards where Manuel is, rather than walking towards the gate. And you can hear he's sort of like swearing under his breath as he's going along, just like, all these fucking people, all this noise, all this hassle, and like just grumbling that he's having to do a whole bunch of nonsense. He sounds like every city worker that's, having to do things that is not inside the norm. So he makes his way up, gets to the area where Manuel is, and you can see this guy. So the captain turns towards you as you get there, and the guard says, "Captain Nade, I believe that's the one he was speaking of, and the others are with him. 2 of them are psionically gifted, sir." And Captain Nade nods, and then he kind of turns towards you. You could tell that most of his face is behind this kind of big spiky helmet, but just like some of the other bladelings, some of the spikes coming through are from him. Well, he says he doesn't know anything about this. It might be some sort of trick. And then as he's trying to say something, Manuel interrupts him and says, "They've got markings of the court on them. I bet they're here to cause all kinds of trouble." And then he kind of starts to go off in this little rant as Nade sort of stares you guys, and you see in the little slits where his eyes narrow slightly.
I'll speak up and say, apologies for any trouble caused. We are not here for anything other than to speak to, and sorry, real quick, the lady we're here to speak to, it's a researcher for the court, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're here only to speak with a researcher. We were caught up in the crowd when the menagerie passed and actually have no interest in it. Something was causing a stir, and I simply wanted to calm the crowd and say that a distraction was caused, but we mean nothing ill and wish to just get into the city.
Go ahead and hook me up with either a bluff or diplomacy, because it is kind of a bluff, but it's also mostly true, so it's your choice.
Yeah, I like bluff.
So the captain kind of nods along as he's listening. He's like, yes. Well, their story makes a lot more sense than your story, Manuel. And the circus owner kind of like puts his hand on his chest like he's offended. My story, sir, is the truth. And I can tell you for truth that they and their kind have pushed me out of my place for the entire summer. The only reason that we're here, the only reason we're causing you problems with our entry, which will give tons of money for your city, and I, of course, will extend a complimentary invitation to you and your guards, is that their kind has made Haven unsafe for my people. And he starts kind of going off in this rant about the how the menagerie is not allowed to spend the profitable summer in Haven entertaining the people there because of the dealings of the vampire courts.
Well, I apologize for any inconvenience the court has caused you, but that is all well above our pay grade. As I said, we are simply here to talk to a researcher.
So the captain, who's been focusing on you pretty much this whole time, you can tell he's kind of like letting the tirade of Manuel kind of wash over him. He just says, "And none of you know anything about why the dragon tripped our sensors?"
No, I do not believe any of our psionics would have any effect on the dragon.
He nods that. He looks towards the initial guard that brought you over, and the guard says, "No, sir. There might be some sort of ritual, something psionic that could mimic it, but don't think it'd get past one of our readers." And the captain nods. "Well, we've got a bit of a predicament here." He says, he gestures towards Manuel, that that creature shouldn't have a will. It's a dragon. And then Manuel says, "Of course, it's a dragon. Everyone knows. You can't have a will. It's just a dumb beast. Anything you can see on your sensors is just part of the act. it looks like this. It's very well trained and controlled. You could even call it domesticated if you so choose. But it doesn't have a
Can
mind.
I speak up? Excuse me. Down here, is it Nade? How do you say his name?
Yeah, Nade.
Nade. Have you guys considered asking the dragon? I mean, if it's got a will, it can surely answer a question. Does anyone speak Draconic here?
Why poke the bear?
I mean, we don't. I mean, you don't have to get us involved, but I mean, if you just ask the dragon what it thinks, and if it doesn't think, then it doesn't have a will. I don't know. It just seems logical.
Yeah, that's fair.
So Nade kind of gives you a strange look, and then you can hear Manuel kind of sputter. Ask the dragon? Do you hear this? Obviously, this is part of their charade, part of their plot to ruin me, to ruin a hard-working Endeavor man. That they're going to have this set up. That if you ask the dragon, of course, the dragon will say, "Oh yes, I have this thing that has been put upon me. I have this enchantment that will tell you that I am some lost prince, been merely turned into a dragon, and they're going to make some big deal of this and have me thrown out." You can tell that maybe he doesn't necessarily believe or doesn't believe what he's saying, but he's kind of sputtering and getting more and more red in the face as he's going.
An Endeavor man, are you?
So he kind of like looks him, straightens his jacket. Yes, member of the established Corstrata. Corostara. Sorry, I said his name wrong. Corostara.
Then it seems you would have no trouble with imprisoning a creature against its will.
Well, if that was a thing that had a will, of course, it does not. It's a simple beast. I would never, of course, attempt to break any laws or rules or regulations of this wonderful city that is hosting us with its great. All of my servants that are bound are staying outside of the city on the islands. We bring nothing here that is not coming of its own free will, if it has a will, which obviously it's a dragon. It doesn't have a will.
Are there vegans in this world?
It seems you protest quite a bit if it is indeed ridiculous that this creature has a will. It should be no trouble at all to put this aside through a simple question, spoken in Draconic.
So he frowns at that, and the captain says, "I'm sure you'd be willing to submit, and if this creature is found to have a will, you would say you were, of course, not attempting to smuggle something against its will into the city." It doesn't have one, my captain, but if they have made some ruse to show that this dragon could have a will, it's a ruse, I assure you, but in the interest of the good relations of my wonderful show with your delightful city, I would, of course, allow for the dragon to be placed in a holding as if it had a will, until such things have been sorted out. Whatever magics or enchantments or foolery can be seen through by the constabulary. You, of course, as guards, deal with these sort of things all the time. I imagine, given enough time, you will be able to see their ruse for what it is, and then the dragon will be able to enter the city to the delight of all of your residents. You can tell.
I say something vulgar. Is that allowed?
You can.
I have not seen this much. Wait, I don't even know if I've been to a brothel, but I haven't seen this much dick sucking since the brothel and where the fuck ever.
The brothel frequenting cleric.
A couple of the guards kind of chuckle at that, and then you can tell that Nade is being a little bit more serious about it. He says, "Well, if this is a creature with will, all the paperwork you've submitted are for properties, not enslaved creatures. If you would like to get me the paperwork for all of your enslaved creatures that are on the Isles, then maybe we can see if any of your paperwork matches that this creature being intelligent. And Manuel goes, no. You'll find, sir, that it is not the case, that this creature is not intelligent. Anything to the contrary is going to be some sort of trickery, which, of course, you will invariably see through with time. But look at them. They're humming with power and magic and potentials. Troublemakers, all of them. You can see the marks of the court on that one. And, well, maybe in the short term they might be able to fool you. If there could be someone else. Yes. I do not mean to impugn on your authority, dear Captain, but perhaps someone else.
If I may, as a part of our paperwork, we have submitted our spell signatures to your organization. Could those not be used to exonerate us so that we can enter the city and meet our friends at the Brick House, where they have been waiting for us for, I check my sundial watch, undoubtedly quite too long. We are several drinks behind at this point, I fear.
And I'll
Gonna
pipe
give
up
me
and say the Legion don't like to be kept waiting.
Hook me up with a diplomacy one.
Sure.
One.
Oh,
So you can tell he's kind of like, well, they might need to be waiting for a little bit longer. Oh, this could be a major fine. He looks back towards Manuel and then he says, or if you are trying to trick someone else and trying to get them to incur a fine, that could be a major breach of protocol. I'm not sure what law applies, but I imagine Keshi will have one. How about this? All of you, he gestures towards the group and to Manuel, come with me. We'll go talk to this dragon, and I'll alert Keshi to the presence of something that might interest him. And then, if we can get this sorted out, you can be on the way to your contacts with the Legion in the city. You can tell he's sort of proposing it like a, how about we do this? But he then immediately just sort of like gestures towards Manuel to follow him and just walks off. And the guards kind of stare at you like they're assuming you're going to follow him.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
follow.
We can't just walk away.
Could we take a quick break?
Like IRL break?
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's do, I want to say 10 minutes.
Or like 5 even is fine.
10 would let me go get a drink. So I'm going to do 10.
Perfect.
Must be a big
Okay.
drink.
BRB.
BRB.
All right. So, you get walked to the front with Captain Nade. And Manuel looks really upset about things. He's sort of fussing over his outfit and things like that. And when you guys get up front, you see the Goliath has sort of is sitting on a crate off to one side of the gate, and has 2 bladelings that are talking to him. And he's not like whispering, but he's not talking very loud. He's sort of just talking to them, gesturing with his hands. He has the chains. He gestures to the chains a couple of times that are connecting him to the dragon, who's not standing anymore. Is sort of just like resting on the ground, watching everything that's going on around it. And the Captain Nade kind of gives a wide berth to the dragon until he makes his way around to another bladeling and says, all right, Rita, you say something is going on here. And the other bladeling nods. Yes, sir. There's, as far as I can tell, either that's a person Oh, that's an intelligent dragon. Nade frowns, and you see the parts of his like helmet that you thought was a helmet is actually part of his face because he can actually emote with that mouth. And then he turns back and says, "So, have you talked to? Have you called for Keshi yet?" And the other Bladeling goes, I can, sir. Should I? Of course I can, sir." And Nade nods. The guy, apparently the reader, turns and goes and gets somebody to go and send a message into the city. And then Nade kind of turns to you all and says, "Well, I think if it's left to me, a simple thing could be to see how convincing this dragon is. He kind of looks down towards Philly. You say that we can make it talk. Do you speak dragon?" Your mic is muted, filibuster.
Caught red-handed. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I can't speak Draconic, but I also don't think it's necessarily appropriate that the people you're accusing of, not you, but the people that are being accused of some sort of wrongdoing are the ones that speak to the dragon. I don't think that fits.
Well, part of this is out of character for a second. Part of the reason that you guys are doing this is you said, well, why don't you just ask the dragon like a quick question in Draconic and this can all be answered. So he's like, all right, well, then let's go do that. So can you speak Draconic?
She can. Just point it on.
I do speak Draconic. I am happy to try.
Okay. So he gestures kind of a go-ahead type gesture. You can see the circus owner is having a hard time staying quiet, but is doing so.
Make sure to. I was going to say, make sure to use his real name if you address the dragon.
Oh, yeah. Must the creature be muzzled?
Then Mayo says, well, of course. Well, I will not be responsible for any property damage caused by the creature's weapon. It is a fearsome beast.
Very well. You said it's Faraz Duel?
So I'll type it out.
Thank you.
Faraz Duel is the name of it. Well, the name that she called it.
Faraz Duel. Okay. Okay. So I'm new at Draconic.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I woke up from my reanimation knowing it. Okay. So
wait, what? Is that true?
I took it as a feat, but yeah,
okay.
I leveled up, after getting reconstituted. So I did some respecking. Thraz Duel. Do you understand me?
The dragon kind of lifts its head that it was resting on the ground and nods towards you.
These people do not believe that you are sentient. They believe that you are a circus trick or a person in disguise. If you can convince them that you have a will, you will no longer be imprisoned in the circus in the city, and you may have a chance to escape.
Are you saying all this in Draconic?
Mm-hmm.
Could you give me a Streetwise is default? If you think you can do something else, Insight could also work because you know that you're speaking a similar language to the dragon, but not the same language. So you've got to sort of, use a little bit of wiggle room. You might have to repeat yourself a couple of times. Talking using some synonyms, that sort of thing. You need to say things correctly to someone who only knows part of the language you're saying.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll do insight. I'm trying to like kind of read his reactions to see if he's understanding me as I'm continuing.
Let's go.
So you can tell you're reading the reactions. How close are you going to get to the dragon?
Very close.
So when you get close enough for telepathy range, you can sense his mind. Do you try to connect with the dragon, or are you going to continue talking verbally?
I will continue talking verbally for now, but I will open my telepathic channel if he would like to, have other things.
So you can tell the dragon is listening. You see like parts of it where it kind of looks confused as you're talking. You sort of take a step back and say it a little bit differently. And then after a second of kind of working it, you can tell that you got most of what you're saying through to the dragon. And then it kind of rumbles out in its basso. If it knows, and it rumbles out in Draconic, but then it connects with you psionically and says this mentally in your head. So it's doing both. It's speaking in Draconic. You can only kind of sort of understand the Draconic, but you can understand it very clearly through the telepathy.
Yeah, I feel like that's what I would be doing too. Like the out loud is, performative, but I want to make sure it understands me, so I would throw in telepathy.
Gotcha. So telepathically it says, from what I can understand, the one that is supposed to own me would salivate if it believed that I was smart. If it knew what I was, I would be much more valuable and much more guarded. I like that one. I think that one should be eaten. So the first, that one is kind of the dragon slightly gestures with its head towards the Goliath that's sitting on the crate. And then when it says the one that needs to be eaten, it gestures towards Manuel.
Okay. So telepathically to the group, like what do we think the play is here? I want to free this dragon.
But freeing it now might not be the best play. I would think if he's willing to go along with it, to play up that he does not have free will and it is just a misreading of the sensors or something.
No, it definitely needs to prove that it has free will, I think.
So if it
No, but he just said he didn't want them to know he had free will.
That's what the dragon said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what the dragon said was, if the owner of the circus realizes that I have free will, it's not going to be easier for me to escape. It's going to be harder. So it's contradicting what one told him.
Yeah, so we should play it as it's a trick. It does not have free will.
So if it does not have free will in the eyes of the guards, we are going to incur a fine for causing this disruption to Manuel.
No, Manuel is going to cause... I don't know.
We didn't cause the disruption.
No, if it has free will, they're going to be like, Manuel, you're an idiot. You need to show us your paper.
And it says it doesn't want to reveal that it has free will.
Correct.
And if it does not reveal that it has free will, we will incur a fine for causing this disruption to Manuel.
We didn't do anything, though.
But that's what Nade said.
I don't know if that's what he said. Is that... Did I misinterpret that?
That is a pretty... So it does seem like the answer here is, when everything was going on, Drock, you said, hey, we created a distraction, sorry. And then Manuel's like, hey, they created the distraction. They're the one causing this problem. They're tricking this sort of thing. It's pretty reasonable to assume that if, you guys successfully pull off the dragon being non-sentient, that you're likely going to have to pay like some sort of fee or fine or recompense, probably either to the city for causing a disruption or to Manuel directly for, causing him problems.
Yeah, fine. It's better than, putting the dragon at risk.
Why don't we ask the dragon if it thinks Go Velour could help it.
The more
One-
we ask questions,
place.
I think the more it's going to seem like it has free will.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. We allow it to show it has free will, but Go Velour just fucking claps Manuel's cheeks and says, "Let this thing go."
So I thought he was saying that I don't know. It's fine.
I was saying he likes Go Velour. But we don't
And it
know.
would like to eat Manuel.
Mhm.
I don't care if the dragon likes us. I would like to shit on Manuel and be like, "This dragon wants to eat you," but I don't know that it said that yet.
I mean, yeah, here's the play, right? Because the more that one sort of has this conversation, the putting on the performance of talking to the dragon, the more it's going to seem like the dragon can talk and is sentient.
But what's the
So-
threshold for sentience here in Silverspire? Because, like, remember we were talking about, like, the Genasi don't think that even, like, Ifrit have free will.
That's correct. So everyone has their different things, and you don't really know their rules here.
Okay, so then I would ask Nade, what is your test for free will here in Silverspire? What would need to happen to convince you one way or another?
He shrugs. It's quite simple. Even an idiot like me can figure it out. He walks over to one of the crates, picks up a little, like a kind of looks like a metal platter, but it's very thin. He brings it over, and you can see that on the metal platter there are there are 4 gems that are embedded into the metal. And he holds on one side of it and points to it and says, "Simply done, simply put." And then he points to the first gem, "A creature with free will, able to make decisions." And then points to the second gem, "A creature with free will, unable to make decisions." Points to the third one we don't use anymore. And then the last one is a creature with no free will, no ability to make decisions. So basically, it's kind of a test of, is this whatever this is? Does it have free will? Does it have the ability to make decisions? And they use this device. And you can tell that he has a very surface level understanding of it. We use the scanner. The scanner tells us one way or the other. He turns it and scans, like as a way of demonstration, turns it and scans you, one of many. And you see the scanner light up the first gem. And then he turns the scanner towards the dragon. And then when he does it, the whole plate sort of vibrates for a second. And then after a moment, the second gem lights up.
Which one is that?
That's the has free will but is bound.
Oh, okay. Oh, so the implication is that it has free will, and they think that that's the trick.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's some sort of magic happening, right? As
Yeah.
opposed to the dragon actually having free will.
Right.
So there's the 4 pieces of this, right? So it's free will and they are unbound, free will and they are bound. We don't really use this one anymore. And then no free will. And the fourth one, it doesn't matter whether it's bound or not, because it's like it's not a relevant decision.
Out of curiosity, what is the third gem?
He kind of turns the thing towards you, and you can see that the first 2 stones and the 4th stone actually do look like gemstones. Where the 3rd stone is just looks like a piece of glass. It doesn't actually look like a gemstone like the others. Like I think the first one is blue, is like a sapphire. Second one is no, I got that wrong. Sorry. The first one is a yellow stone. It's a topaz. The second one is a sapphire's blue. The third one is a green piece of glass. And then the 4th one is like a cloudy looking diamond, like a piece of quartz. So they're all like slightly different stones. But the third one doesn't look like it's like the others. He gestures towards it and says, not one that we use anymore, so we don't really have it here. It's just for tradition.
But what was it?
He just shrugs. Don't know. He so he kind of like rolls his eyes like, I guess I can ask Rita. And so he calls out to the person that he sent away to go get the messenger, and then the person kind of like runs back over, and then says, "Yes, sir." He's like, the third stone. Stupid questions. They need answers. And the reader kind of bows them. Yes, Captain. The third stone on these devices has been removed from most of the devices. They don't really do anything, and the stones are valuable and useful for other things. High quality emeralds in each place. We're not exactly sure what they're for. It doesn't really make sense that there'd be another option on the list. So they never triggered. We didn't use them, took them out of most of the devices.
Thank you, reader.
Do you happen to
It's
have
one of those
a device?
with mysteries.
Do you still happen to have a device that has one of those emeralds that we can test with?
He guesses, I mean, probably we have one. Some of the ones we use for training, some of the oldest ones. These are newer models. Why do you ask?
While we do not know what is happening here, it would be interesting to make sure we have all of the information before proceeding. So more information is always better than less, as we still do not know the cause for this device reading the dragon having free will.
So he kind of looks over towards Captain Nade. Nade shrugs and says, "Go get one." And the guy salutes, runs off into the guardhouse. After a second, comes out with another platter. This one looks like it's sort of old and banged up. It looks like it's the same sort of design as the other one was, but this one is clearly much older. And you can tell as he's kind of like brushing his hand along, and he's brushing off like dust off of it. Like it is maybe was put up like on a mantle somewhere, like as a display. And he takes it over, hands it to the captain. And the captain then shows you one with Mel 4 stones, and each of the stones is a precious gemstone, including that third one, which looks like an emerald.
This platter, by the way, is not the same platter as the one that we found when we were chasing Marcel, right?
It is not.
Okay.
So he shows you the thing, and then he will take the one over. He'll go and run it over the dragon. You see the plate sort of shimmer, like the shakes for a second again, like it did the first time. And you see the third light up for a second and then die down, and then the second one comes on.
Oh, the dragon like suppressed it almost.
So he sees that. He looks at the reader and goes, "I thought you told me the third light never comes on." And the reader looks at the plate and goes, "Well, I mean, sir, it didn't stay on." They both kind of like look at each other for a second and then look back towards you. "If you wouldn't mind." And he gestures towards a little spot where you can see that there's little indentations, little alcoves in the wall that look like there's some sort of like processing area. Think of like the TSA booths where people get pulled aside. You know what I mean? So there's like a little curtain.
Random selection. Oh no.
So he gestures for you guys to go over there, and says, "If you wouldn't mind."
Of course, anything to assist.
So he goes through, goes over to each of you. He takes has the reader take the new, or quote unquote new, the old reader, and takes the old platter over and scans over each person. One over Griffle, ding, lights up as the first light, the yellow one. Morin, same thing, yellow, and then you can see the second light, the blue one, flickers a couple of times. And the reader takes the thing down, looks you over. "Sir, are you contracted to any entities? I notice you've got a weapon or implement. I can sense some sort of power from you. Any bindings, contracts, things of that nature?
Yes, I have my patron.
Ah, a warlock. Oh, wow. Very well. And he goes, scans it again, looks at the thing, sees the little blue light up, nods to himself. Very well, sir. And goes to the next person. Like, you're pretty certain that device triggered when it hit your patron, but it's not enough for him to be like worried about it. You're still mostly free.
Right.
And then he takes the thing up to Drock, and he sees the thing up, and you see before he even pulls it like straight above him, like he's going to look through it, the emerald on the thing lights up and starts to glow brilliantly. And then he puts it back down, and none of the other lights lit up at all.
You have no free will.
So that's the Clotho light.
Yeah.
So he's like, sir?
I'll just
I
look
think you
back
have-
at him and be like, very odd. Are you sure your devices are working correctly?
You can tell that the reader is just like completely flabbergasted by the fact that the green light turned on. He looks over towards the captain. The captain says, "You should be able to tell for a reading, right? You touch it like you did with that one." And the guy goes, yes. So he puts the thing down again, and like he did with Morin, where he tapped the blue stone to kind of get an idea of like, okay, well, what triggered this? Where he asked the question about bindings. He puts his hand over the emerald, and the emerald lights up under his fingers. I can tell what the reading says is happening, but it doesn't make any sense, sir.
What is it saying?
That there is a will that cannot make choices, but that you can make choices for it. That doesn't make any sense. Like, you have free will for something else that does not, but how can you have free choices for something that doesn't have free choices? You can make choices for that which cannot choose? I don't understand what this reading means. Why does this read this way for you?
Both in-game and out of game, I'm super confused. I want to ask, again, are we sure the device is working? What happens if you scan me with the newer model without the emerald?
Oh, yeah. So he sets down the old one, goes and picks up the new one, and he runs it over your body. Nothing reacts. Like, he runs it over, and it's like he just ran it over part of the wall. It doesn't react at all.
But Clotho does have free will, and she's not.
No, she
bound
doesn't.
To me,
She only does what we ask her to do.
She also
No, she only
is a-
does. She
also
only
is a
does what's
force.
within her nature.
Yeah,
Mhm.
she does not have free will.
but she's also not like bound to me. I'm bound to her.
She's like
You-
bound by her nature.
That's what he
but
said.
then-
He said you are the decision maker for another person.
Yeah. Like maybe as long as you ask her things that are within her nature, she can do them.
Yet calls me useless when I ask her to help protect me.
It is not within her nature to protect.
That is true. Just awaken.
Only party.
Mm-hmm.
Party. I'll just look back quizzically and be like, I am unsure what this means. I have only my own will.
So the guys are kind of gathered around, and you can tell that even though he's kind of been put somewhere else, Manuel has been kind of like listening to this. And it says, see, something about them is triggering all of this. It's nothing to do with my dragon, and he's sort of making the case that like you guys are weirdos and are causing all kinds of problems, that he would never do such a thing, and that things are only a problem because you guys are here.
He's not wrong.
Yeah. I will look at Nate and say, at this point, I feel he may be right. Maybe there is something unknown that did distract the dragon. Though we meant no harm by it, We apologize for any commotion we have caused.
So while you're doing this, the guard is sitting there.
If I may, to step out of protocol, Captain.
One second, let me say this, and you can. Oh, the guard is like sitting there. He's got the platter, and he's like, he goes through and he scans everyone else while people are talking, and he gets sort of the reactions people expect. Right, pretty much everyone else comes up as yellow, and then you can tell he's sort of sitting there. He's playing with the two platters, like he's like, what the hell? Why are these not working correctly? And he's just sort of like holding them up, looking around, looking through things. Go ahead, Morin.
Captain, if I may break protocol slightly, and I'll kind of like, I'll position myself that I'm like kind of trying to talk to him off to the side away from everybody else. And I'll say, this is in part the reason why we need to speak to the researcher from the baronies here in Silver Spire. We believe that there may be something at work to attack Silver Spire, and we hope to alleviate this attack.
So he kind of, you hear this kind of like clicking sound as he's tapping his claws more than hands on the underside of his spikes that are sitting down from his chest that are kind of hanging down, sort of raking it across his chest, making a little tinking sound.
Perhaps you know of Captain Kaid of the 414. He is why we are here. We are expecting to meet him at the, what was it called?
Brick House.
At the Brick House. He has been tasked with protecting an important power by Lord Aegis himself, and we need to speak with him urgently.
You see the little tinking thing as he's running his fingers along his chest. You've got lots of mixed markings on you. If I didn't know any better, you seem to be a little bit better at this. I'd say you're spies or free agents working as mercenaries between a bunch of different people. That one there, that armor I can recognize in some respect. A personal agent of one of the baronies. And you're working with the Legion as well, calling old Ironside's names. He shakes his head. What to do? He sort of like shrugs his shoulders forward, like he's trying to kind of take a deep breath. Actually, I think Philly would probably notice it more than one. Philly, when he shrugs his shoulders forward, you see the sort of pauldrons that he's wearing kind of hike up a little bit, and you see on one arm a mark of the Legion. So this guy was a former Legionare.
That makes sense to me.
So he shakes his head. This is going to be a pain in the ass for everyone involved. We're going to need to get lawyers in on this to see what needs to be done. Look over contracts. He shakes his head and says, how about this? I send someone ahead. If you're to talk to someone in the 414, see if they can verify your story. If so, I'll send guards with you into the city. I need you to make sure that I know where you are at all times. And if something happens here, I need your opinions on, or I need to send someone to you. It needs to not be a mystery at any time. Do I make myself clear?
Without question, Captain. You can send your runner ahead to Captain Kaid and Amar Abanashi from the 1st Legion at the Brick House.
So he kind of like takes a deep breath, and you can hear something like, it sounds very weird him doing it because it sounds almost like wind chimes inside of his helmet. But you can recognize after a second that might be what it sounds like when a bladeling does like a deep intake of breath. Amar's involved. Fuck me. You hear this like scratching of teeth inside. Yeah. I'll do a sending instead. Get the reader to send ahead to Kaid. Or to Amar himself. We'll figure this out. You just go in, meet your person, and you're planning to leave as soon as you're done, yes?
We also have to get the researcher.
That's who he's talking about.
Oh, but no. So far, Warren just mentioned the Legionnaire.
From what you've talked to Nade, you've told Nade, we're going to go in, we're going to talk to Kaid, and then we're going to talk to this researcher.
Okay.
His thing, cool, you're going to do those two things and leave, yes?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
With a short trip to JCPenney's.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, if you guys want to do shopping here, you kind of need to tell him that this is something you want to do.
Yeah.
So is that something you tell him you want to do? Do you want to say that you're also here to look at the markets?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Pose it as a
Well,
question.
The researcher, the vision of our researcher, she's in the middle of the market, right?
She is, yeah.
Okay.
Pose as a question of, or would we be allowed to peruse the market while on our way to and from the researcher?
Probably.
I think I'll just tell him that's in our plans, and those are the three things we're trying to do.
Okay.
So, very well. I'll send someone with you, and if you'll all stick together in plain sight, not make any headache, then we'll see what we can do. So he does take a couple of, takes a minute, gets someone to do a sending ahead, sends a runner ahead, and then tells the guards that they can head with you to go to the brick house. And then we'll basically turn to Manuel and start talking about, sort of switch gears. Like when you pull him aside, he was very much a kind of like talking to you like a fellow soldier. When he goes to talk to Manuel, he kind of has more of a like customer service voice on, and says, "Of course, this is not something for me or you to decide. You have a thing you believe, and I have a duty that needs doing. We can't all make our own choices, make our own decisions. The law has to have its say. We'll get the paperwork in order on our end. If you'll join me inside here, we'll let the rest of the menagerie head and bring the silver to the holding cells." You can see Manuel kind of resigned to that being, okay, that's a middle ground. And he, still kind of staring knives at you guys or giving you glances that look like they could be murder. Because he 100% blames, this is all your all's fault. But he does.
Olivia's grinning. I'm like, see you at the menagerie.
I'll look at Manuel on our way by and actually say, apologies again for any disruptions we have caused. We meant you no harm and wish you luck with your endeavors with the menagerie and hope to catch a show in the future.
I literally just told the captain that we're doing three things, and you guys are like, "Oh yeah, and we'll go see at the menagerie."
In the future. Specifically not now.
So
I didn't make any promises.
So he kind of smiles at you as you talk to him, and then as you kind of go past him, he kind of like tilts his head to the side and spits near your feet and goes, "La sang cool," and then kind of turns away from you to go with Nade.
Wait, who spit at our feet?
Manuel,
spit at Drock's feet.
Oh.
Good luck hiring those ghoul armies.
So it's been a long time since you heard someone say that, but you know what it means? Do you guys remember what it means?
What it means?
It
means blood runs, and it's an insult to the court of song about their cowardice.
Mm.
That was my first session.
Cool. So, So he says that, and the guard takes you off. It's going to take a few minutes of getting processed. Now, you do get the rest of the processing of like, here's all the laws of the city, here's the rules, here's what you need to do. And then the reader comes back with a different device and goes through this process and explains what a peace bond is. And she's going to explain to you pretty much that this is a simple wording. It's going to be on your weapons and implements. And if you use them, it's not going to stop you from using your weapons or implements. It's not going to dull your blades. It's not going to harm your magics. All it's going to do is send out an alert to the authorities to come and investigate. So basically you get this minor warding on you, and the way that the guards pitch it is like, if you get in trouble, defend yourself and we'll be there momentarily. And then if you're going to be causing people problems, we're going to be there momentarily. Does anyone have any problems or questions about the peace bonding or the process that they go through? Because that takes more time than anything else in processing.
No.
Is it on our persons or is it individually on our weapons?
Yes, both. So each weapon or implement is bound, and then each person has something on them that's binding them to their weapons to the alarm.
Okay.
And basically, the way that it'll get explained to you is if you pick up a sword inside of the city that's not your sword, and then you are thinking of using it to fight with, it's going to trigger your personal one, whereas the ones in your weapons and implements will trigger for themselves.
Okay.
So goes through this whole process. There is a moment where there's a bit of confusion where the reader, as he's going through all the different things, between different people, he's playing with one of the lights. And then as he moves, he sees one of the things light up. And you can see it's the fourth stone, the quartz one, glows with this brilliant white light. And then he moves it around and he goes to things. He very slowly goes across the room. And you can see it lights up, and he kind of like follows it around, and he looks confused for a second, like it's lighting up in an area. For everybody else, he just looks like he's sort of wandering around playing with something in the air. Drock, however, can notice that he slowly narrows in on where Clotho is standing. And whenever the thing passes over her, the quartz light lights up.
Which is the no free will. Right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And they don't-
God.
And they don't use the third one anymore,
Yeah.
he said.
Correct. Basically all of the... So what is Clotho?
So there was a time when
That is such a long question.
Right?
So imagine trying to explain this to the guards. He's like, you appear to have like, a creature with no free will. Explain this creature to us. And we're just like, okay, so there's this like naked lady, but she's also invisible, and we're not really sure she's like actually a lady, and we're also really not sure like what she is or what race she is, but she seems pretty friendly. She follows us around. She was inside a baby, and then we sort of opened that box.
the baby exploded with excitement.
I'm just saying, like, I don't think we should be trying to explain this at all.
No.
Well, no one's asking us any questions because there's nothing there.
No.
After a minute of him toying with it, Clotho looks at what he's doing, smiles, and then the thing disappears. Like the indicator goes away, and he can't find it again.
See,
Looks
that
like
to
your
me...
plate's broken.
Yeah, that to me is like she has free will. I'll
No,
just...
she wants to-
Mm,
I'll
her
look...
will
I mean,
says she's hidden.
Yeah. I'll look over at him and be like, odd. That device does seem broken.
So you'll get a full kind of explanation of the rules of the city. The rules are kind of what you would expect. Don't sneak anything through the city. Don't fight. Don't go get too rough. One of the big things is a thing that gets kind of said over and over again is if you have quarrels, take them outside of the city. Any quarrels within the city will be handled with sort of utmost seriousness. So one of the big speeches, or the longer speech from the reader, is going to be telling you guys that this is neutral territory. So they do take a moment, like she does take a second to kind of drill that home with Drock, that it does not. We don't care if you're a part of the Dasang, but if you see someone else from one of the other courts, we are aware that there's some sort of issue within the different courts. That is not an issue for the city. The city is neutral, and you will remain neutral while you are within the city. At the Continental, yes, you're at the Continental. So basically, don't start shit. Which, any bigger city, this isn't that unusual of a speech. It's just a little bit more formal than a lot of the places that you've been to. So after about 20 minutes of going through here. You guys actually do make it through here relatively, faster than what you were initially told it would take you to get through here. So you more or less skipped to the front of the line. The guard comes back saying that they've talked to someone at the brick house and that, yes, there is someone from the 414 waiting for them there. And they send a guard with you to go and he doesn't walk kind of right next to you. He walks behind you all, sort of far enough away that he's not like in conversational distance, but less than like a block away. So he maintains like a 15 or 20 foot distance from you all, but you can easily see him and he can easily see you. Do you guys have anything you want to do at the gates after getting, rubber stamped and permission to enter the city?
Oh, what was the resolution with the dragon? Like, it said, I don't want them to know I have free will. And then we kind of went on to other things. Was it just hanging out the whole time?
I think we basically just said your devices are all broken.
Yeah, but like what's the dragon doing?
So basically you were like, hey, there's something wrong with the devices. Once you proved the devices were not working correctly, what Nade said was, okay, clearly our methods are somehow messed up. We're going to keep an eye on you because we know that might, you guys were messed up in some way. We're going to get like the lawyers involved to have them say what is legal here and what is not legal and what our position is. And we're going to take the dragon and put it in holding until we can get an answer on what the actual answer is here. So basically,
right, but is the dragon just cool with all like whatever's happening? It's just like going along.
Doesn't seem to be bothered.
Okay.
And you can tell that basically Nade's thing was like, okay, I have this tool that tells me what the answer is. And then you guys said, and then people were saying the tool's not working. And then you were able to show that the tool isn't working the way that he expected. And so he went, cool, I'm passing this up the chain of command.
Right.
No longer my problem.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the resolution here for the moment. It's definitely not resolved long term, but for the short term, that's the resolution.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that the dragon was like not agitated by everything that was happening.
No, you made so I have been making a couple of hidden checks for these things. And Morin's check was actually excellent for trying to convince Nade to kind of go along with that little side conversation. And a similar sort of thing for a check for the dragon of like how much the dragon is able to read into your insight check. So it also made an insight check to kind of understand what you're trying to have done. And you're just trying to kind of, from the dragon's perspective, you can tell that it's like, okay, we're just waiting for the attention to not be on me anymore. Mm-hmm. And then we'll do something else. So
all right.
The dragon is trusting you guys to have a solution at some point.
Okay. That is what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Cool.
And we're going to just leave, right?
Yeah, trusting us to come back to something.
I mean, Aegis has got to wake up from his nap soon, I think. And he should be interested in this.
So,
I'm curious to know what Lord Sovart thinks of Manuel Corostara and his family.
Oh, yeah. He's on the ship, right?
He is.
He's on the ship. He is not one of the people that is listed to come through here.
Yeah.
Right.
But we can ask later.
So the everyone kind of gets their stuff together and heads to the brick house. Unless you guys are heading somewhere else, but you told the guard that's where you're heading, and they sent someone to watch you. So I assume that's where you guys are going.
I mean, we did want to talk to Bedbear, right?
Yeah.
No.
So heading into the city, the guard could give you an if you asked, the guard could tell you where the brick house is to meet him, to meet with Kaid, and it's not hard to figure out where it is. It's not that far from the gates, and it is a pretty enormous inn of some kind or tavern. The brick house is a huge, like white marble and building with like steel pieces coming off the side of it. You can see there's little like makeshift like tapestries or flags or something that are hanging from some of the pieces of metal. A lot of them are like torn and worn and old. You don't see anything brick at the house. But there are people on the streets there's two people on the streets that are talking to people and welcoming and handing out stuff. And when they see you guys approaching, one of them will come up to you and say, "Oh, good sirs and ladies. Are you looking for someplace to stay? Someplace to find something interesting to do?" It's a little halfling woman who gestures towards the like weapons and armor around you guys. "I think you'll find no better place than the brick house, and no place to stay out of trouble unless you need to find some trouble. Yes, yes, come on in, come." She sort of ushers you guys inside.
What? Where are the bricks?
So she laughs at that and says, "Oh, you'll see
It's
them."
a brick house.
Or is it owned by like a minotaur named Brick? That's really what I want.
So she takes you into the interior and kind of laughs at the question, says, "Everyone always asks before they come in, but I assure you, you'll see." And heads into this huge open area that is like the interior of a club. There's a massive floor. There's a lot of tables that are here, but you can see there's like sections of the wall that look like they're like places where you can pick up the tables and put them into the wall to where it could be a big dance floor. There's a stage at one end and a bar in the other. And in the middle of this sort of chaos of people, you can see that there is a single wall. It's like 10 feet long and it's about 7 feet high, and it's old red brick. And it looks like it's kind of partially fallen apart. And on that wall, there's a plaque that's about 3/4 of the way up, and it's about a foot long and about 6 inches wide. And it's just black. Like it kind of looks like a piece of wood that was burned beyond recognition in the center of the room, and everything else is sort of kind of arranged around the sort of single lone standing brick wall in the center of the room. And you see kind of in several of the tables around the brick wall, there's the Legionaries. About half of them still have their armor on, and the other half don't. They're in like plain clothes, but they're kind of sitting, talking, joking. And Amar is there in the middle with a drink in hand, kind of chatting with them. And Kayad kind of sees you guys come in and kind of stands up and gestures for you guys to come over. Yeah, so you guys walk on over, I assume. So it
Does
is.
that plaque say anything? I'm like Drock, but with this house. Does the plaque say anything?
Do you want to walk up to it?
Yeah.
So you walk up to it. It kind of looks like it's, when someone says like age darkened, something about that plaque gives you a feel that it's really, really old. And looking at it, you can see like marks or indentations or scratches on it. Maybe it had writing on it at some point, but it's long since passed. And as you go up and you stand next to it, kind of stare at it, you see you can feel some warmth next to you. And Drock, you can see that Clotho stands right next to Filibuster looking at the wall.
Please don't do anything. Please don't touch it.
So, Philly, you can't see Clotho, but you can feel her presence right next to you. It's sort of like warm and comforting.
So nothing happens?
Nothing happens.
I'm gonna just be like, no more, please. I'll say that out loud. I'll just be like, and then I'll walk back over to Kaid.
So when you say no more, please, and you go to turn away, you hear Clotho say, "No more? Can you still feel it? I didn't think your kind could feel these things anymore."
Huh? Feel what?
The presence. Her presence. You can see kind of a faint outline of Clotho standing there, and she gestures towards the plaque on the wall.
But who is her in this case? I know lots of hers.
My mother's other.
You're saying she is the brick house?
Is she another brick in the wall?
So, I mean, she doesn't say anything back that, and the little wispy images you saw disappear. Drock, you can tell she's still staring at the wall and then glances over at Phil as, while Phil's standing there, Phil walks away.
She said you can still sense her? Is that what she said?
Yeah.
She said she didn't think your kind still could.
Her mother's other, though, that means the Winter Queen.
Mm-hmm.
But why would that have to do with a burnt wooden plaque?
It's a good question.
It's a good question. The question is, do you ask her? Do you try to figure it out?
I do not. I do not want any more funny business at this time.
Okay. So, I assume everybody else goes and sits down with the Legionaries, who welcome you and, call another round of drinks, and then ask you. So Amar will say, "So, why do you have a watcher over there?" And he'll gesture towards the guard who's sitting with his back kind of resting against the wall, not glaring at you guys, but making no illusions of the fact that he's clearly watching you all.
Oh, haven't you heard? He's here for our protection. We're VIPs, you know.
Amar
Don't
laughs.
want to get mobbed by all of the admiring fans.
Well, that's the case. You save a few people, do a few things, and everyone thinks you're a miracle worker. And if you're in this business too long, you can do incredible, miraculous things. Come back from the dead. I bet half of them have. And he kind of looks over towards the group and says, I've done it a few dozen times. You've got the feel on you of you're not quite here yet, are you? He gestures towards one of many.
I shrug.
So he kind of goes over and he gets a little uncomfortably close and says, I've always found a good bottle of whiskey and a brothel makes the time go by real fast. You're better than new.
I did not ask about your hobbies.
So he laughs and says, not trying to press too far, Miss Prickly, but just trying to offer advice from someone who's done that revolving door once or twice.
Oh my god, I hate this guy already.
That's hilarious. He's like, you're dead.
I'll just point at Morin and say, we have our own in the party, well acquainted with death.
Yeah, I don't think a brothel could make Morin smell better.
Does a brothel
Does
make
it ever?
anyone smell better?
Not the ones you go to.
So Amar, after kind of getting rebuffed by one, will joke around a little bit, and then Kayed will say, enough already. Haven't you had enough? And Amar goes, I'm offended, good sir. I've been stationed here on and off for a long damn time. What has it been? He sits and thinks for a bit. Been at least 10 spans since I've been here. If I couldn't bullshit for at least a few hours, I'd need to be replaced on general principle. A couple of the guards laugh at him, and he kind of smiles and gives like a slight bow. You can tell he's sort of used to being the center of attention.
I deliberately turn away from him.
So you can tell that he really does get on Kayad's nerves as well. Like the rest of the 414 seems to kind of enjoy Amar's bullshit. But Kayad, like, obviously is just kind of aggravated with him. And while the Amar kind of realizes that he's got people who will pay attention to him and goes back to telling stories about being in the first, Kayad will kind of pull you guys aside and be like, so some trouble at the gates. Should we be worried when we leave? Is your package, the power, is it safe still?
Yes, there was just a simple misunderstanding with a dragon.
Simple. Misunderstandings. Dragons. Yes, those are all terms typically going together. So you're here to see this researcher, this woman. And what else?
At this point, we are simply going to see her, do a bit of shopping, and leave. That is all we are allowed to do.
He nods. We've done a bit of retrofitting here. Speaking to normally deal the quartermasters and the legions, they deal with more individual supplies, but the companies, we have to take care of our own. Is there something in particular you're looking for? I know quite a few merchants in town. So basically, he's going to kind of go to a conversation while food and drinks get brought out about what's going to happen here, right? Like he's going to give you instructions for if you're looking for anything in particular, all this sort of stuff. You know, good weaponsmith and armorsmith, looking for someone who's good at implements or enchantments or things like that. He lets you know that they frequently come here to outfit people, to repair gear and that sort of stuff. So he knows quite a few people in the city that he can use as contacts. So this is if you have something in particular, we'll discuss it on the Discord. Like if you're looking for something unusual or a rare item, something that's tagged as rare or something you're not sure exactly what it's from, then you can talk with him and he'll help you find it. Is there anything you want to do here at the Brick House or with Kaid other than, sit and chat and eat and drink and then go find the researcher?
Who is like here, race wise?
There's people with most of the races.
They allow Minotaur in.
Yes. So most of the races are represented, more so than you would see in Sylvan. But maybe half the population of the city is Bladeling. So like a pretty significant portion of the city is Bladeling, but there's not a lot of, I guess you'd say, like none of the patrons are Bladelings. Like the people who work here, the guards, all that sort of stuff, they are Bladelings. There's no Bladeling people that are, eating and drinking and stuff around here. There's a lot of Githyanki and Githzerai. So Amar is a Githyanki. There's a lot of Genasi, like the Legionaries. There's a couple of Minotaur. There's pretty much what you'd expect from almost any race can be found in here. There's about 200 people inside of the big kind of open club area of the Brick House.
Have we
Is there
seen
anyone
any?
Good.
Oh, sorry.
Is there
Have
anyone
we seen
you're looking for? So
I'm curious, although I did not originally ask the question. Are there any animal people, like tiger people?
would there be any Henji here? That is a great question. Let me look.
Thank you so much.
One of many. Give me a percentile roll.
Okay.
Are there Henji in the city? Yes. Are there any in this room? I'm not sure. We'll see. 71. So yes. So there is a Henji yokai who is sitting at one of the tables having dinner.
All right.
Are
This
they
one
a cat?
He's not cat. He is a monkey, so he's got sort of monkeyish characteristics. He's in his hybrid form. So he's got monkey ears, a tail, furry arms, that sort of stuff.
Well, it's not that one.
Well, that one's dead. I had one other stray question because I think when we got here, someone asked if the planet was Sulban, and you said we didn't know, right?
Yeah.
But like, how did we navigate here? I mean, I know we teleported, but like, does teleporting just mean like you just think of a place and go there and you don't have to have any conception of where it is?
So basically, if you're using the map, you use the destinations already in the map. You don't need to know the location. You don't need to know how it relates to other things.
Okay.
If you weren't using the star map, if you weren't using the map that's built into the ship, you would need to know those things. So normally, yes, if you teleport someplace, you have to know its relation and how to get there, kind of how far it is and where it is. Using the map lets you get there without needing that information, which is part of the reason the map exists, is so that it is easier to get to very specific places.
Okay. So then, can I ask? I lost his name with the Q. Cutter.
Kaid?
Kaid?
Okay, my brain.
It'll be on the map. Can you guys see it? Hang on.
Oh, it is. Yeah. I didn't scroll down.
I was making sure that it wasn't like on the wrong layer or something.
No, silly me. Captain Kaid, out of curiosity, what planet is that? I gesture outside.
Oh, you got here without knowing where here is. Well, he kind of goes to the sign and says, I guess welcome to Kalos. And that up there is Sulban.
Great.
It's on the moon.
Yeah, so he says Kalos, which is the middle moon.
Oh.
So there's 3 moons in the sky normally. Sab, which is the small moon, Kalos, which is the middle moon, and Dayun, which is the big moon.
Well, my immediate thought was, how did Manuel get here from Endeavor?
Right.
So it makes sense that we would be this close.
Yeah.
Quote unquote close.
Also, how do people not know that there's just like a city orbiting the moon?
I mean, people
I
know.
think people do know.
We
People
didn't
have
know.
heard of it. You didn't know that that's specifically where this place was.
We also haven't specifically ever asked, frankly.
It would be one of those things to be rumored, but there's a thing of knowing what's true and not, right? That there's an entire empire of people that live on the moon, and you get up here and there is a city on one of the moons, but it's not. There's not a country here; it's a single city. That's still very impressive, but it's going to be different from different stories that you find. So, yeah, Kaid gives you the instructions of what you need if you're going to go buy things. What other questions and stuff do you guys have? Are you guys going to, the Legion wants to sort of treat you guys to a meal and sit around and talk and that sort of stuff. Basically, Kaid and the 414 wants to get to know you all and kind of just do like a relatively chill dinner. And everyone except for the captain also wants Amar to be involved in said dinner.
Do we want to ask Amar about their legatus?
Yes, probably.
So if you do, what do you want to say?
Well, my initial thinking is that he'd probably be more forthcoming if one were to ask him to tell him a story.
Sure.
Great. Don't throw a sister under the bus like that.
My feminine wiles. His
Hey,
legatus.
big guy.
I think I missed that. What is that?
I don't know. Don't worry about it.
Are you asking about who the legatus is, or?
Yeah.
So
this noun.
Legatus is the name of the sort of head of one of the legions.
Oh, the one-eye guy.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
He was blinded and killed his entire cohort.
Did he?
I feel like this might be a sensitive topic. Yeah, something weird happened with it. He was blinded, and then something weird happened with him, but I don't remember exactly what.
Okay, well, I'll play a little dumb because I am.
We'll do this real quick because this is something the characters would remember. I'll copy pasta real quick into.
Thank you.
Here's the message from Renki when you guys were talking to Renki and Rancer.
Sentry, half a cohort, right?
Wow. What's the structure? The sentry is and the sentry in the cohort.
So a sentry is 100 people ish, and then a cohort is 7 sentries.
Wow. Okay.
So he killed like 350 dudes.
Or ladies, or NBs. All right. Amar. I hope that it is not an overstep, but we recently were speaking with Captain Renser, and we heard a story about your legatus, Rabba Sarah, and a horrible tragedy that befell your legion. Could you share any details you might have about this event?
So you can see kind of the smile that he gives is a little bit frostier than his previous ones. Could you give me like a diplomacy or something along those lines?
Or oh my goodness, I'm falling apart. I lost my token. Pull it again. Oh, there it is. Okay. Oof. Bad rolls today.
So he smiles a little frostily and says, and then he kind of shakes his head, and that little warm smile returns. He says, "Well, you wouldn't be overstepping your bounds. In fact, if you overstepped a little bit over here," and he sort of like leans back in his chair slightly and sticks out his arm, "why, you could then take a seat right on here, and I'll tell you all about a terrible time we had at the edge of the pillars." And he gives you a big grin. Huh?
I'll hop right in his lap.
So you can tell that he like didn't expect that to happen. But then after it happens, he's sort of like, okay, and then rolls with it. And then you can tell like the other Legionaries like stop talking about their little like side conversations as they're recognizing what's happening. And he leans forward. He kind of puts his hand, not quite indecently, like he's not grabbing your butt or anything, but he puts it a little uncomfortably familiar, like on your waist. And then he leans forward and says in a loud enough voice that people can hear him, but quiet enough that people kind of have to lean in to hear what he's saying. And he says, "I know you 414 boys get around, and you guys have the feel of people that know your way about the stars." He looks at the group. Says, "There's a place, a catch between the worlds, out by the pillars of creation. A deep, dark hole that fucking place is. And there's an old rusted bone. Digs through a place. There's a way there. A cut in reality. You guys have heard of it. You guys have been through it, I imagine. The Alandari. We were searching down there, going through side to side, border to border. We heard there's supposed to be new growth somewhere along it. Shit's always a myth. Someone being something wrong. Someone trying to pull one over. Someone trying to tell a tale to get a beautiful girl on his lap." He kind of like jostles his knee a little bit and smiles at that.
I roll my eyes.
But nobody expected us to find anything. And find something we did. Part of the Alandari is boiling, lads and ladies. Things coming alive. You never saw such a thing, like a festering fucking wound. We were along it for days and days, fighting all kinds of nasty, disgusting monsters. Things that could touch you and twist you in all kinds of ways. I know I had to dig a bit into my own damn pockets. One of those things, he gestures with his hand, got this arm. Bringing it back? I don't know why. I still feel I like the other arm better. Feels the same, but doesn't feel the same. If you know what I mean? A lot of the Legionaries kind of nod at him like they kind of understand him. Like maybe they've lost limbs and had them regrown as well. But we thought we were ending. We thought we had found all the pieces that were growing back, all the bits of the wound that needed to be put back down in their place. No, we hadn't seen the worst of it. Rabasquera. If you guys know anything, you know that name. A lot of the Legionnaires kind of nod for it as well. Like everyone knows that name. We don't know what happened. Hell. We tried to bring him back, pull him back over the edge after we had to stick a bunch of blades in his ass to get him to stop killing from everybody. And his soul wouldn't come back. Something broke him down there. Down below the pillars, down under the rusted bone, down at the banks of the Alandar. Something broke the strongest man in the Legion. Our first, when he turned on us, cut through us like butter. Nobody knew what was going on at first. Once we were finally able to figure out what the fuck was happening, we knew that we had to put him down or he was going to put down the whole Legion by himself. He went mad, got touched by some kind of darkness, bore out one of his eyes. He takes his hand and runs it across his left eye. And what he saw with his other eye was just rage. He killed half a dozen men before anyone could blink. And then half a dozen more went down before we could understand that this wasn't temporary. This was something we were going to have to deal with. Well, once we knew that needed to happen, it was just paying the right price in blood. We spent thousands of gold bringing everyone back. And, well, I'm one of them. He pulls aside the bit of armor in front, and you can see he's got a couple of kind of look like scar marks on his chest with something that's like been embedded just below the skin. Is he's got 6 little marks on his chest with looks like something's been sewn underneath his skin. Number 6 of one that was a real death. He puts his shirt back on, like pulls the shirt back up. And some of us are still waiting out the effects of being brought back, scattered around while we find out who's going to be the legatus now. I don't know who replaces old Skera. I don't know if we're going to find out what happened to him, but if you ask me, if you're out in the dark places long enough, some of that darkness will eventually seep into you. And then it's just a moment of snapping happens. One day you're fine. The next day you're butchering your friends and laughing. He shrugs after that. He says that. Or you keep yourself sane with wine, women, and song. And then he kind of jostles you slightly with his hand on your hip again. Hey? You can see the smile that he puts on is a little more obviously fake.
Thank you for that information. And I'll stand up and walk away.
So some of the Legionaries kind of go, ooh, kind of hoot at him as you give him the cold shoulder. And he just smiles, and then he puts his hand over his face and kind of in that sort of conspiratory whisper, but says at full volume, "The best ones are the ones that resist at first, boys." And then one of the women at the table throws a plate at him. So he gets hit with the plate and just laughs.
Well, I think I speak for everyone that we appreciate you sharing. I can't imagine what that must have been like. However, I do think we have some other business to attend to. Team?
So, yeah, what do you want to do? So he tells about it. The food comes and goes. Food's good, drink's good. The inn is pretty. Like, does cost money, but is a negligible amount of money for top tier heroic characters, people that are about to see Paragon. It's a few gold. You're not gonna have to track any of this. So, what's the plan?
I think find the researcher, yeah?
I believe so.
Is it dark out?
It's getting towards evening. It was like dinner time. And yeah, it's getting to be dark again.
Vampire
What is
o'clock?
nighttime work in space?
I don't understand that question.
Regular?
The same way does it otherwise.
What does Silver
You know-
Silver Spire is in orbit around the moon, right? Or it's on the moon.
It's on the moon. It's on one of the moons.
On the moon. Okay.
Philly, you know that we're in space right now.
That's what I'm saying.
No, I mean like IRL.
Oh, you're saying on Earth we're in space.
Yeah.
Yeah, but depending on the orbit of the moon and where the direction of the Silver Spire is, it could always be in sunlight. I'm just saying. It's just...
That's true.
So for here, there are times that the sun is not shining on Silver Spire, and when you guys got here, the sun was visible.
What's the length of a Silver Sparian day?
Update the calendar.
So on Kalos, it's 22 hours, almost the same. So
Okay.
So on Sab, it's 16. Kalos is 22, and on Dayun, it's 41. If anyone cares.
Well, Josh is gonna have to make 3 new tabs for the calendar, so
I think I have the lunar. No, I don't have the icons for the lunar stuff. But Gary does, if you guys
I
are
do.
interested.
So the time passes to where it would be nighttime if you guys wanted to go out. And Kaid would be able to direct you guys where you needed to be. Plan is to head there, I assume.
let's do it.
And there's a guard like at where the obelisk is. And they like
Mhm.
routinely let the researcher in, so they would know where the researcher might be.
Mm-hmm. So you guys, you have enough of the pieces of information of knowing where it is. So how are you guys going to get to where you're going to go? Because the city is pretty huge. So how are you guys going to find the marketplace is the question.
Are there any taxis?
Why can't we just ask the 401 said that they have contacts.
Yeah.
Why don't we just ask them?
So
we also have our babysitter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, that was gonna be the question: is how you're gonna go about it? Because like you know basically where you needed to be. You've got a couple of things. Kaid knows the city decently well. He doesn't know it well enough to be able to describe exactly where everything is, like in perfect detail, but he can tell you vaguely where stuff is. So if you wanted to be like, hey, we get the directions from here and just go there, that can work perfectly fine. So asking Kaid or asking the guard? It matters a little bit to me whether you're getting directions from the captain.
I think the
not.
guard.
Okay.
Right.
So
Yeah,
He's
keep
more
him in the
familiar with
loop.
this
Let
stuff.
him know where we want to go, and that we're sticking to our plan.
Right.
So if you ask
We're
the guard,
heading to the researcher now.
he'll ask for a couple of minutes, and you can see he pulls out something, and it's like a scroll of sending, and he's going to do a sending to his captain to tell them that they're moving to the thing, and asks if you'll wait for the 5 minutes. I assume nobody has any problems with this. And you can tell that there's that moment of like the guard was kind of assuming you were going to be a pain about it. Like you're going to be like, no, we have to go right now, or go off ahead of him. And you can tell that when the answer is like, yeah, sure, take your 5 minutes, go tell your captain, that he relaxes a little bit and does the thing, sends the sending, and then says, okay, we're heading off. I will keep my distance. If you'll make it easy on me, I'll not be in your way.
Cool.
He gives you guys instructions. He'll walk behind you, and if you are confused, you can turn around and he'll point where you guys are supposed to go. Because he can't lead you and also watch you at the same time. You make your way through the city, and the nightfall on the city is drastic. Like it is a sharp line. There's no sunset or any kind. It's like a crisp line between light and dark. And it goes from being basically feeling like or looking like something like full daytime. But here where you guys are, it's more like kind of bright twilight to being dark all at once. And you guys make your way through the city a little bit after dark to a square that kind of fills you with this sense of memory, the sense of familiarity. And once you're in the square itself, you recognize it from your vision. And when you look across, you see a guard board sitting at a makeshift little table, kind of playing what looks to be some sort of like game with like a cup and a couple of stones, where he's trying to like dance the stones in through the cup. And you recognize the guard as the person from the vision. And you can sense that there's something behind him. But when you try to look at the middle of the square, as it's sort of like calming down for the night, as the shops are all closing, as everyone's sort of, getting put everything put away for the night, you can sense that there's something kind of bending your attention away from the middle of the square. It's not a problem unless you try to force yourself to look at the middle of the square, and then it's like, again, kind of that magnetic pull of pulling your eyes away. You can see this obelisk in the center that doesn't look quite right because it keeps kind of pulling your eyes away. This is definitely the place.
What happens if we approach the obelisk?
You don't have any problems walking up to the obelisk to get kind of the area outside of it. I don't remember. Hang on. I'm trying to see. I thought I had the splash screen put into Roll20.
You had it on the video.
I know it's on the video, but I don't see it on the Silver Spire screen. Hang on. Where is this? Oh man, that's gonna bother me.
You really thought we were gonna get hung up with that caravan for even longer, didn't you?
No. It's just in two places. I thought what was much more likely is that you guys would push through and do the skill challenge with Nade and the guys at the door. I thought the little like getting through the sensors was going to be part of the skill challenge to get into the city, and I thought that was going to be the focus, and that maybe you'd see the sort of caravan coming, and sort of everyone kind of trying to keep things moving so they can deal with it. The menagerie getting into the city was going to be sort of like the failure condition for the skill challenge, because I assumed you were going to press through.
So we just failed without trying. Got it. That's what I'm hearing.
Well,
We turned the mini game into the
The game.
game.
All right. Well, I'm gonna give one more look for it real quick and see if I can. Actually, I'm gonna look real quick and see if I can see it on the page. Yes. Okay. That took me like 2 seconds to find. So I'm just gonna draw it into Roll20. I don't know why I don't have it in Roll20, but we'll have it override things. I know I have it on one of these pages. I know I have a splash screen for it because I have the splash screen with the researcher on it. But I apparently did not label it correctly. Oops, did that hide things?
Yeah.
There's a black rectangle.
Yeah, because when I highlight an area with the reveal tool, what I want is for there to be a big ass fucking black rectangle in the middle.
Oh, we know, and Roll20 knows, and they've listened to your concerns and said, "Screw you."
Yeah. So obnoxious. All right.
Well, don't roll a natural 1 when complaining.
So, yes. So here's the market square. You see those 3 little rings down near the bottom, and that there is this spot here. There's a bunch of there's a little awning with some chairs. That's where the guard is sitting. And if you're getting close, you can see the rings. What you can't see is unless you step into the rings, it's really, really hard to see the obelisk at all. It's hard to focus on it at all. It's there, it's there, but it's very difficult to focus on it. You can, however, focus on the reflection on the ground. There's water. There's a little pool that's a few inches deep here that goes to a fountain that's off the screen. That's off the screen here. But you can see the reflection in the water from the fountain, but you can't see the actual obelisk itself very well unless you step within the rings.
Can I step within the rings?
Yeah. So as you go closer to the obelisk, the guard kind of sees you coming, kind of notices that you're stepping straight up to it, and then he steps up and says, "Excuse me, man. You're not. This isn't off limits or anything, but I need you to be aware that there's someone already inside, and she doesn't really take kindly to visitors. I would ask that you stay out here for your own good."
I believe that I am here to speak with that person, if I may proceed.
So he frowns and says, "You look a little too lively, miss. Are you sure you know there's a vampire in there?"
He looked
Perfect.
too lively.
I stride in. I give him a little wave of thanks.
So he kind of shakes his head like, obviously you don't know what you're doing. And as soon as you step past the first ring, you can see the obelisk, the 2 rings in front of you, and a woman that's standing right in front of the obelisk. She has a little table that's set up right kind of almost flush to the obelisk and has papers that are spread out on the table. Kind of looks like she's maybe just setting up, and she's got a couple things that are there, but she's staring like with her mouth open, her eyes wide at the side of the obelisk, which is sort of rippling with letters.
Oh my god, you guys, we got here right on time.
We were not here to cause any trouble. I just want to reiterate that.
Yeah, tell that to them when all the things are coming out.
Hey,
So
but this time we have the 4 and 4.
Also, our vision occurred just before dawn, and it is
Yes.
just now becoming twilight, right?
This is the night that she figures it out, right?
It just became dark, and the vision is right before dawn. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
So you've probably beat the vision by like 6 hours plus.
Oh my goodness. I would like to actually do a quick sending to what's his face with the Q, whose name I could just scroll down and look. Nope, because you covered it up. It's not my fault this time.
Kaid.
Kaid.
Yeah. Can I do a quick sending to Kaid and say the power and everything else will be in danger in the market square soon.
Sounds
Please
good to me. So, what is everybody else? So, one is going to take like 5 minutes to set aside to do a ritual real quick. What is everybody else doing? Is the vampire is not noticing you guys at all. She's watching this, and then after like a minute or so of watching it, she while it's like staring at it, trying not to break her attention from the obelisk, sort of like grabs at things, at like papers and stuff on the table, and then eventually grabs hold of something and pulls out a pencil and starts scribbling, trying to not break her eyes away from the obelisk, scribbling onto a clean piece of paper. So one's doing a ritual. Foxy, Griffle. What is Griffle doing?
I don't know. Once again, I'm out of my depth here.
What is
And also,
Rolana?
I don't particularly like vampires very much, so.
Morin, you asked a question, I think.
What is Rolanic?
Rolanic is a script. So think English and German and French and Spanish, they're all written in like the Latin alphabet. So Rolanic is a script. It's like an alphabet. It's not quite an alphabet because that's more for a language. And there's a word for it. My brain's not working right now. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do I need to say it a different way?
So, would I understand it, or?
So think of the difference between if you don't know German, if you look at German, the letters are similar to English, but if you look at something written in Russian, the base letters don't look anything like what you're used to. Or you look at something that's written in Arabic, right? The script that it's written in is a different lineage, it's a different family of languages.
So what
family
is
probably the best way.
So is common in the family of Rolanic, or?
So common is in the common script. Let me do this real quick. I feel like this would answer your question a little bit better.
Primordial.
So here's the sheet for scripts and languages. And I'll put this into the campaign resources real quick. So here's a list of the base languages and all the scripts that they're written in. So for example, Rolanic as a script, it's both deep speech and Elven. Primordial is Barahazad, and then Barazad and Primordial and Abyssal both use Barazad.
Okay.
Giant and Dwarven both use Davik. So if anyone knows one of the Rolanic languages, they'd be much more likely to understand what's written here than if you don't know one of the Rolanic languages. And I think we've done this before. I don't think anyone actually speaks Elven. And I don't think anyone speaks Deep Speech either.
I now speak Elven. Modern.
So you'd recognize the script, and you'd be able to recognize that it's not written in Elven. It's written in Deep Speech. So, Griffle doesn't really like these people, and you can kind of leave them be.
I'm just gonna let him do whatever.
What is Drock doing, JP?
Yeah, I don't know. I was hoping other people would answer first.
I think everyone's doing that right now.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to break that habit.
Yeah. Okay, so I want to actually just walk up and be like, what is going on here?
We know what's going on.
I don't
doesn't know
don't
we
remember.
know.
I didn't actually get around to watching the one shot. I know, right? Horrible.
Not
No.
the one shot for
Not the one
clarity.
shot.
This is not the one shot.
Oh, isn't this from?
is-
Oh, okay. No, so it's just the vision.
Yeah, this is the one where On goes crazy.
But do we know what the rippling is?
Yeah, it's like like the obelisk changes to become like a Rosetta Stone. And so it's like this major, major breakthrough. But then agents of the adversary all start to come and wreak havoc. And so then the researcher calls on to come and save everybody.
So what's our actual plan then?
That is an excellent question.
I mean, we're here.
Yes, the plan was to get here and stop what?
Well, I think we just know that in the vision, this woman was like alone, except for maybe like the guard.
Who
Right?
immediately dies.
Yeah, and then there's like a few citizens around, but like there are no soldier, they're caught completely like flat-footed. So I think if we just even
There's also
Like-
like hundreds of people in the market when this occurs.
Yeah, so the market is like the people are getting that. Basically, what's happening right now is the market is full of people that are closing for the day, and the vision is the reverse. It's all the people that are getting there to, start everything for like a new day of the market.
Right.
Right. The people that are opening up shops and getting things ready and starting food and that sort of thing.
But I mean, I think it was like so devastating because it was essentially an ambush and there were no soldiers. No adversary fighting soldiers.
Okay. So I'll walk up to her while one's doing the sending. I'll say, I know this discovery is important. However, we believe this area is in danger and we need to speak with you as soon as possible.
So the woman like jumps when you start talking and she looks around for a second and then she sees you. What are you doing? Oh. And then she like looks at you and sees your armor and goes, "Oh. Do you see that? Are you here for this? This is Can you tell what this is?" And she reaches her hand up and she touches just above where the flowing words in Rulonic are. And you see little scratch marks running Forerunner script just above the Rulonic. I think, oh no, if you're here, then was this your doing? I've been studying this thing for weeks. It's never done anything like this. How? Just how?
This is not our doing, but it is a sign of things to come. There is danger, and we must prepare.
Okay. So she takes both of her hands and runs them through her hair. Goes, okay. Dangerous. Well, okay. What sort of danger? Is this something that we should alert the city about? How long can we wait? This might be a translating device. We might be able to see what is here in the old tongue, in the ancient tongue. This could be the find of a century, of a millennia, of a lifetime of an immortal.
What was her name?
You would think.
I know.
You could just make one up and we'll believe you.
So
Geraldine.
I want to use one that's a placeholder for when I have the real name because the name actually means something. So I was trying to look it up by meaning a minute ago, but let's go with Sarah, even though that's not her name.
Okay.
Because I think that's reasonably close, and then I'll fix it later when I have her name. I've been frantically searching through things to find her name. But let's go with Sarah for now.
Sarah, we are well aware of the importance of this translation device. We know that you will find it so important that you will call upon your pact with An and enter your cottage and have her use your body to protect your research here in a mere few hours. If I may assist you in copying down this translation quickly while we try to prepare for some kind of attack here on the market square.
Han told you about the cottage.
No,
Yes.
a powerful divination of the events that will occur before dawn revealed to us your deal.
So she kind of takes her hand, kind of wraps it around her midsection. Ooh. I don't know. Something about it feels wrong. Powerful divination on me? But you're right. No, we have to. We should write these things down. We should keep track of things. She kind of runs her hands back through her hair again, and then she looks around frantically for where she put her pencil, and then she grabs the pencil back up. Oh, I've got spare utensils, pencils that are there, and she kind of takes a second to gather herself, and then kind of make sure that everyone has a pencil and paper, and gives one out to everybody.
Yeah, can I use my amanuensis to copy stuff?
Yes, you can.
So it's 10 minutes for 250 words.
Mm-hmm. Which is about how fast the obelisk is going.
Cool.
Now, you can tell after working at it a little bit that there's going to be sort of multiple flashes of things. But is this what you're doing? So this is going to be kind of entering into a bit of a longer form skill challenge of the goal here could be a bunch of different things, but it sounds like one of the goals is going to be to get the guards here. One is done her sending, but one of the other goals is copying down and trying to understand as much of this as you can before something goes terribly wrong.
That is my objective here.
Does anyone else have a goal that's not that?
So I was thinking, as much as this is going to cause trouble for us, we should probably let our escort know that we fear an attack is imminent on the market, and it may be wise to call upon other guards.
I mean, we told the captain.
Well, right, that's the Legionnaire. I'm talking about the escort and calling the city guards, not the Legion. So, get Nade and stuff over as well.
It is a reasonably high chance that we do combat before shopping, but I'm not.
Can't we just say that we shopped before we came here? Between dinner?
Yeah.
We have to speak with the researcher. Guard, please go collect these items from the various shops.
I'm trying to think. I don't think that much has changed.
Oh, I just think it's a funny comment more than anything else. I actually don't care if the things are slightly off. It's fine. So yeah, do you want to tell what do you tell the guard? So Drock, your idea is, hey, let's go tell the guard. What do you want to tell the guard about what's going to happen?
Well, this is my question to the group. If we tell the guard, we have more people, more defenses, but we're already under suspicion of causing trouble. If we're like, hey, an attack's imminent and we know of the attack, we won't look good. But
maybe we tell the guard after a few hours.
Well, but it's the same thing, now or later.
Well, I guess I'm just thinking let the researcher work uninterrupted.
Well, the obelisk and everything has kind of that aura of, people aren't really going to be bothering it, right?
I guess my only concern would be if we alert the whole city to what's going on, they might want to take her away or...
I don't know. This is we're gathering the Legion, we're gathering, it's going to be enough of a commotion. Should we just be honest with our escort?
Also, just to reference the vision, everyone was frozen and then when On took over, she told everyone to run away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So like, getting more guards might not necessarily help.
But we're here.
And Clotho might be able to awaken them. That's in her nature.
That's true. I mean, Clotho might be able to just shut this down.
I don't know if that's in her nature.
She's a sword.
For the record, Clotho is not entered into the circle with you guys. She's standing on the outside of the circle, but is looking directly at the obelisk.
Yeah, I don't think the circle affects her, or she doesn't care about the circle.
She hasn't crossed the barrier. She hasn't crossed the that sort of threshold where you can pay attention to the obelisk. She's somewhat ignoring it by just staring through it, but she's very clearly stopped right at the edge. Like she walked straight up to the edge of the ring and then stopped and is looking through it, looking at the obelisk.
All right,
She look afraid.
I'm gonna ask her why, or what does she sense from the obelisk?
She kind of tilts her head to one side. What do you mean, my knight?
You seem to be staring intently, and I'm curious as to why.
She points at the obelisk. I'm reading.
What does it say?
It's triggering something. Conversation, an invocation. It's looking for something.
Do you know what it is looking for?
I think it's looking for her.
So she smiles and says, then he does feel something. Does feel something of what he once was, or what his race yet was. He can sense what it is now. Drock, you can see her looking over towards Philly, and Philly, you can see that sort of outline, that kind of ghostly outline where she was standing when she looks over at you. And then she looks back away and says, yes, they're searching for me. They're connecting to other things, to other consciousness, to pieces of them. They want me contained.
Can we disable it?
She shrugs. Mayhaps. I do not know the workings of these magics. I'm not privy to this type of mental magics.
And is there a reason you won't enter the circles?
They are a binding. They hold things close. What they are writ with could even bind one of us. And they will draw destroyers. You see her looking at the ground, and when she's looking at the rings, you see brilliant green gold letters written in the spaces between the three rings around the obelisk that aren't there except for when she's looking at them. The researcher who sort of had a start when the person, like just random woman's voice is speaking that she can't see, like starts again when she sees the letters kind of start to glow like they're on fire on the ground.
Sarah, you have been studying this for a while, and I know it is important to you, but it sounds like if we can, we should actually attempt to disable it. Do you know any way this could be done?
So she kind of throws up her hands. I thought this was a relic. What are all these letters? This isn't even in deep speech. This is like some kind of elven. And you see her like throwing up her hands, like frustrated, like she's been studying this a long time, and this is all completely different.
What does it say if it's an elven?
So you can see it's words of binding. So there's words that are, it's not written like prose, right? But it's pieces of a ritual in Elven.
Okay.
And it's some kind of binding ritual.
If I don't know how to do this properly, but does Baneslayer send any images of any kind? You said it's vibrating.
So yeah, it's sort of vibrating in its sheath or holster or however you carry it when you're not holding it in your hand.
Yes. Can I help you, sir?
So you get that sense of strength, of purpose, and then this incredible bloodlust coming from the weapon.
Directed towards who?
Not really directed towards anything. It's this intense desire for the weapon to be wielded to kill things.
But there's
Stab
nothing-
the obelisk.
To kill. Can I? I mean, that did cross my mind. What are we calling the researcher?
Sarah.
Yeah.
Sarah. Sorry, it's such a normal name. I don't.
I know. It's weird.
a lot of the vampire names, it's Anne and Marie, and
Oh,
her name
it's
is
like,
something similar.
yeah. Sarah, how would you feel if I poked this?
Well, obviously everything is different, and nothing that I have written down makes any fucking sense anymore. So poke away. But from all the research that I've done, that apparently doesn't matter, you shouldn't be able to harm the obelisk. She kind of gestures towards it. Do you see any scratches?
God, why are you
Uh,
all so
the-
tetchy?
Did that sound like permission to everyone?
Yep.
She doesn't seem, for clarity's sake here, she doesn't seem mad about this fact. There's this like slight sense of like wonder about it, but more like you're asking her a question and she's like, fuck, I don't know. I thought I knew what was going on. I'm apparently
Yeah.
wrong.
I don't know. It sounded like permission to me. I want to stab it.
Oh, wait. Before we go stabbing, I feel like we should give her enough time to like get enough translations.
But it keeps changing.
She's like frustrated, right?
She's not
But-
she's not that frustrated. She's still like frantically writing down stuff and isn't very happy about it. It's more along the lines of like everything is changing for her. And where like if you had asked her these questions last night, she had been able to give very concrete answers. Now everything is different, and there's this kind of franticness to her.
Oh. So this is, I just want to be clear, this is not the Silver Spire.
No, Silver
This
Spire is
is
the name of
just
the city.
an obelisk.
Yes, this is
in
an obelisk in
City
Silver.
Spire.
That also is not in any way, shape, or form silver, but I
Yeah.
understand coming from the brick house, there might be confusion.
All right, stab away.
I would like to stab it. This feels like
So-
such an awful choice.
You take your weapon, and as it gets closer to the surface, you see it sort of shift slightly into looking like a smaller version of the sphere. And when it touches the surface, you see as the tip of the spear kind of would touch it, the surface sort of heels backward and recoils from the tip of the spear. And the spear doesn't touch the obelisk.
Mm.
Oh, it the physical like flat surface like moves away.
Yeah, like it like peels open and retracts away.
Sarah,
One second.
oh, okay.
Griffle, are you there?
Yeah.
So your helm immediately pings, and you can see flooding out of that little hole that just opened in the side of the obelisk is a wave of planar energy, like a teleportation.
We're going-
Guys, don't stab it anymore. I think you might make the problem worse. Or start
I
it
mean,
in
it's
the first
either-
place.
What if we just go through?
Let the Legion show up. Also, has our escort like freaked out since we drew a weapon?
No, he's not in the circle.
Oh, so he can't.
Oh, but I'm not. But what's the wording do, Gary, specifically? Is
What
it
is
if
what
you
wording?
the wording that says if you draw your weapon, the people come?
Yeah, so basically if you wield a weapon with ill intent, right? So you with
okay.
violent intent. And that is the sensation you were getting from the weapon was to do this, but the way that you described it, at least to me, was like you were just sort of touching it, like
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
right?
yeah. Okay.
Where it's like you're testing it. If you like, if you took the weapon and like stabbed it, like tried to run the obelisk through with your spear, it would trigger the warding. Sorry.
And what happens if I attempt to touch the obelisk with my hand?
Nothing. You can feel it. The surface is cool to the touch. It's very slick. It's kind of like you're touching a piece of glass, except for if the words kind of go across it while you're touching it, it feels like there's something sort of like worming its way through the glass underneath. It's a very unusual feeling because it's moving, but it feels like it's solid glass.
Mm-hmm.
So one of many, you send the message to Kaid, and he sends back a thing saying that he and the 414 are on the way.
Okay, thank you.
We should tell the researcher that it is giving off planar energies where the weapon.
Yeah, as soon as the spear comes away, Foxy, from Griffle's perspective, like the energy goes away, like the feeling of teleportation just passes.
Okay. Don't do that again. Just don't touch it with anything. It wasn't like a portal, right? That's not the kind of feeling that I got. It was like more of a rift, right?
Let me see. I don't think you have a token on the map, or at least I can't see it if you do.
I don't. I think I may have accidentally dropped one underneath, like the black stuff. I swear I put one down and then it disappeared. So
let me pull it because I just need to make a check for you. Where is Griffle?
I'm on Clotho.
Okay.
Oh, and I'm better at everything because I got level 10.
You're one.
I'm kicking myself all of the I think maybe 2 times that I was like very close but not quite like meeting a DC. Probably
So, how much higher is your dungeoneering than what it says? Is it one more?
No, I've already fixed it. That's correct.
So it's 16 is correct? Okay. So I'm going to pull you down another channel real quick.
Okay.
I want this to be on the recording, so Drock, just, don't pay attention for a second.
Sure.
Cool. So when the thing opened up, you only got like a brief glimpse of what it was. However, because you've kind of had a couple of different experiences with the helm and understanding how a couple of pieces function, when you get like information from the helm, it's very disjointed. If you're not an expert in what's going on here, it's really hard to process what it's telling you. But you've had a couple of things that read weird to the helm. And so with that experience, when the thing opens up, it's not like it's like random planar energy. It's like this is an open portal, but the obelisk is like a sheath on the outside of the portal. So inside there's a portal, but the protective coating that kind of locks the portal away from everything is on the outside. And when the weapon touched it, it just pulled back that protective sheath on the outside, and you could see the portal within. You're pretty certain that the obelisk is completely hollow. Foxy. No. Are you there?
Hello. All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, sorry. I think my Bluetooth doesn't appreciate, like, it doesn't really like being pulled into it. So I can. It's all good. It's all good. Okay. So do I get the feeling that, like, can I get a sense of whether that has always been the case, or is this like a recent thing? Like the obelisk is hollow. Was the portal always there?
Yeah, it feels very constant. It feels like there is an open portal here, maybe even a natural portal. It reads kind of like the portal that you guys had where Narsenhar is, where there's a natural way to get from the mortal world to the wilds. It kind of feels like that. If it's not a natural portal, it's at least one that's very old, that it feels like it's permanent. And that this is sort of a protective coating or a shielding on the outside that got stripped away for just a second in one little spot when Baneslayer tried to touch it.
Then it fixed itself, or what?
Yeah, it pretty much as soon as Baneslayer went away from it, it fixed itself, and the readings that you had of this being a portal vanished from your senses.
Okay. I'm good with it. I'm good with it.
Cool.
Go back up.
All right.
Hello.
Hello.
Cool.
So, there is a portal in there. Almost natural. It's been there for a long time. The obelisk is hollow and forms a kind of protective coating, and I think Baneslayer chipped part of it away before it was able to fix itself. Whatever this coating is, it prevents it from being identified as a portal, but it's been there almost, well, indefinitely.
If
Do
we
we know-
chipped, sorry, go ahead.
Do we know where the portal leads?
Did I get that much, or?
You're pretty certain that if they kind of opened the hole back up and you got a longer look, you'd be able to figure it out, or at least get a chance to figure it out. But the contact was too short. Like pretty much as soon as the hole opened, Filibuster pulled it back and it went away. So you feel like if you got a longer look, you could probably figure it out.
Let's wait for the captain to show up, and then we can
Wait for the captain. And should we tell our escort that this is a portal?
When you say our escort,
The Watcher.
the guy will
Your
babysitting us.
okay, he's not able to see anything you guys are doing, so you're gonna have to step out of the circle to talk to him.
Right. But is that something we would want to do? Like, again, we are under suspicion of being weird, and if we're just like, yeah, you have this portal in your city, and we're here to, prevent it, whatever. I don't know. Like, this could get us in a lot of trouble, but at the same time, getting more people here is good.
I mean, we saw how they dealt with the dragon and the plate sensor thing. I doubt that this low-level guard is gonna do much.
Well, it would be more like do a sending to your captain, let him know that we fear there's a portal in your city, that it will be activated soon.
I feel like we can also have Kaid, Amar, and this researcher vouch for us.
Yeah, that's true.
So, what's the plan?
I'm very concerned with having this researcher get enough research.
But what's there left to research? Because I'm pretty sure she's trying to figure out what this thing is, and now we know.
No, it's got like text scrawling over it that is basically like the Rosetta Stone from Deep Speech to Forerunner. So Forerunner that nobody knows how to speak is like being translated.
But
This
also
is-
something about like this portal's existed for like ages, and something about it has changed
Yes,
tonight for
Yes.
apparently no reason that we can tell.
right. But probably a very legitimate reason.
Well, but it changed in the vision too, and in the vision we did not have Clotho.
Yeah.
Correct.
I will say
Unless-
in the vision, you do get a little bit of translated through on one of the creatures saying something about what's happening.
Oh, I don't recall that bit.
What is it?
Something. Do you mean that like the the Forerunner that they're speaking gets translated?
That.
Ah, okay.
Oh, yes. So is that what wasn't Clotho saying like they're just like casting their minds around looking?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe this is just part of like they're just trying to track down Clotho.
Fun fact:
Hmm.
we received this vision prior to releasing Lakeshan, and
Yeah,
prior
and-
to releasing Clotho from the child.
Yeah.
But the vision presupposes that that event occurred.
Future.
Oh, but we had freed Clotho from the being like 11.
But the sword of
20.
the morning was still sheathed.
Yeah.
So you remember you got this vision after the whole incident at Three Trees. After Clotho's essence was put inside the kid.
But prior to releasing it into the world completely.
Correct.
But I don't think that the adversary distinguishes. It's just like she's out there. We just shortened the timeline.
So are they just basically like invading random places looking for any sign of her?
Maybe. That's one theory.
Because it said like the mind you may even know something which leads us to the summer child whose life taints this world once again. So like it seems like they weren't looking for her, but when they found someone who might be able to lead them to her, they were kind of like, oh, let's investigate this.
Yeah, but why would they think that this researcher would know anything about Clotho? Like, she's just a rando.
It was, I think it's talking about Arn's mind.
Mm.
We received the vision of Silverspire well after we put the put Clotho into the child.
Correct. I wasn't saying like immediately after. I was just saying timeline wise, it was prior to her coming more into herself. I think prior to Drock being the knight, but it was after the seed. After Clotho was put within the child.
And I'm saying we manifested Clotho today.
Mm-hmm. So you guys are sitting here talking, kind of going quickly back and forth. What do we do? What's happening? There's more writing and words that are appearing on the obelisk. And you can see the researchers going through it. And Clotho is reading all the writing as well as this is all happening. Is there anything you guys want to do prior to Kaid and his men arriving?
I'll ask Clotho, the writing keeps changing. Is it saying anything new or important?
They are talking.
About you?
About us. The queens. This creature, this entity, it senses the presence of the Seelie. They are searching. This is a conversation between many others. An ender, a becomer, one who comes before.
Are these ones that pose a threat to you?
She looks away from the obelisk and then kind of gives you like a strange, like half smile and goes, "These are they that pose threat to all. Not me, not you. All. You know them." She gestures towards one section of the obelisk that has writing on it, and when she does that, you see that sort of green gold light highlight and reflect off of it. And you see that there are distinct sections of writing. There's about a dozen of them spread throughout the front of the obelisk. And when she uses this sort of golden light to illuminate it, you can see the writing all looks a little different. It looks like it's mostly the same script, but some of it's like 3/4 Forerunner script and like 1/4 deep speech. Some of it's all deep speech, and some of the pieces higher up are all written in Forerunner. And she says, "These you have known, these you have resisted. Especially," she moves the light, and you see one of the big blocks of text. The letters in it are marred. They're like twisted. They're broken. And it looks like they're written down on the surface. And then the surface of it has been like run over with like steel wool that's been like worn down. And then she says, with the light on it, "He who walks after." She moves the light again. "He who walks in the steps of others." Moves the light. "He who comes before." You've heard somebody talk about things like this before.
Isn't that Terminus and the Watcher and
Harbinger.
Harbinger?
Harbinger is he who comes before, and Terminus is he who comes after.
So you look, there are 11 of them. 11 different writings.
Yep. He who walks in the steps of others?
Mm-hmm.
That
She
is
nods.
everyone.
Okay.
She nods and says, "The becomer."
The becomer.
Aren't there 12? Are there? Hang
11,
on.
I think.
There are 11 sins,
Yeah.
which aligns with the 11.
Pointed star.
That one.
But there's 12 watches. Well, I guess everything doesn't have to line up perfectly.
There's 12 what?
There's 12 like walkers.
No, 11 walkers.
Right?
11.
There's 11 of them.
Yeah. And in the vision, it's 11 that come out of this thing.
Wait, all 11?
Yeah.
Well, it's not walkers. It's 11 dudes.
Critters.
So she are you guys continue to kind of have this conversation aloud or through telepathy? Like, how much of this are you including the researcher in the conversation? Like a little bit, or not at all, or a lot?
I would say aloud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the quicker she realizes the gravity of the situation and thinks maybe I should get on involved, the better.
So she, like, you start to talk about this, and she says, "You think you're saying the names of walkers? You think the walkers are involved in this?"
Think is a very strong word here. How about no?
Oh. Oh. And one of them could be coming here. You can see her like looks like she's almost having a panic attack.
Yeah, we'd like that to not happen. That's why we're here.
We're here to help.
So Clotho shakes her head and says, "The walkers can't come here. This place exists too hard. It is too firm. They would need to bring avatars, creatures that would exist where they cannot."
Wait, this
A
place is
lattice.
too firm. Did she say this place is too firm?
Too
Yes.
hard, yeah, too firm.
And
Too
Sulban
real.
wasn't?
The reach wasn't.
Oh yeah.
Because the reach is like known to have planar slippages,
Crossbiter. Yeah.
weak boundaries between things.
Where is Kaid?
So the researcher kind of having her moment of like, slumping down. At first, like she was gonna like slump against the obelisk, and then kind of decided against that. She sort of like sits cross-legged on the ground, kind of holding herself and kind of talking to herself, being like, okay, no, this is they know what's going on. They understand what's happening. And she looks up, and the queen sent at least that one. So, okay, maybe she has a plan. No, she has a plan. I know she has a plan. I just need to follow through. Yes, no, I need to follow through. She's kind of giving herself a little bit of a pep talk and walking her back from the edge of a nervous breakdown.
Your queen does not know.
Oh, but she sent you, or
She did not send us.
oh, great.
We purchased this armor.
That's not true. It was given to us.
It was given to us by her, but we did not come here.
Well, I already told her that we had a divination about this, and that's why we're here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It wasn't from On.
Right, but she's trying to tell herself that everything's going to be okay, and you keep
Yeah.
correcting her.
Oh yeah, no, but that's exactly it. Yeah, we're
Everything
not.
sucks.
I
On
will,
didn't send us.
I'll pick up her pencil and put it in her hand and say, "In our vision, everything happened at dawn." Let us continue your translation.
I don't know if we need the translation. Like, do we care?
Yes, this is
it
a
seems-
scientific breakthrough.
This is very important. You don't understand.
Lives are more
Listen,
important
as
than
soon as
knowledge.
Kaid shows up, I am going through this portal, and you cannot stop me.
You are
Because
stabbing it.
I need Gary to end this session.
So and here's the thing. So Kaid and the others kind of come into the circle, or come into the market. Amar is with them. And they come to the edge. Most of them sort of set up a perimeter. And then Kaid and Amar step through the kind of the barrier, the ring around it to be able to see within. And then they see kind of stuff in the writing, and Amar kind of like leans back against it. Oh, well, this is new. And you can tell that Amar is kind of not super steady on his feet. Like he's their partying did not involve light amounts of drinking.
Do the rest of them seem fine?
They seem okay. A couple of the Legionaries look like they might be a little bit tipsy. Amar looks like he's the only person that looks like he's pretty. He's not like, you know, falling over himself, raving drunk, but he's pretty drunk. So he, you know, teeters a little bit. And then Kaid kind of comes in and says, all right, things are about to get bad. How many? Where are they coming from? What sort of forces? Should we let the guard know?
They are not coming. We are going.
Wait, what? Oh, you want to go into the portal?
Yes, we are going in.
We want to leave our ship again.
That's my vote.
I wanted to destroy the portal or get everyone. Oh man.
Oh, we could destroy the portal.
I don't want to
Portal
go
is
to where
in
they're
here.
coming from. It's probably another world ship. It's probably a terrible plan.
I mean, if it takes us to where the star spawn are, I really don't want to go. But we should be able to figure out where the portal leads,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
If Philly pokes it, Griffle can tell where it goes.
Yeah.
So how about-
yeah.
how about
and
we
that'll
tell
also
them-
it'll sober them up too. They'll be like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah. Let's tell him it's portal. It's his call to get the guards involved or not. We're already in, bad graces with the guards. And then tell him we had divination and whatever, and let him decide. Let someone, not us, decide for once.
So, Philly, do you touch the Baneslayer back to the surface again?
I will tell Griffle to prepare herself, and I will say, gentlemen and ladies, please pay attention. This obelisk is not as it appears.
Well, do we want to give him time to call the guards if he wants, or?
No, I want him to sober up real quick.
Okay,
Him and
got
the
it.
other folks. And then I will poke it.
You touch Baneslayer against the obelisk. The skin of the obelisk peels back open. Griffle, you kind of focus heavily through the gap on where the thing leads, and kind of try to discern the other side of this portal. Give me a dungeoneering check. The DC isn't quite the same as normal DCs for right now, but go ahead and give me a dungeoneering check. You're going to know if you succeed or fail. Your previous check was excellent. So
Emphasis on
22.
previous.
Does that make moderate? It does. So it opens up. You focus on what is here, and you get this strange sensation, this strange sort of warbling from the helm, and that image of looking outside, like you're standing at a window and looking outward into just nothingness, into the darkness of nothing, into space. And when you send your senses through there, you don't think there's a plane of existence on the other side of that portal.
Oh, I want to go.
Filibuster was going to have us just walk into the void and immediately die.
Yes.
Oh my god.
You don't know what that's like.
That's
so
the outside.
what do I hang on? So I don't think that there is a plane. So like but there's presumably like physical space on the other side, right?
Feels like there's a void there.
I think that is where it's like pure adversary land.
It's like to the inside of the star shadows.
So you
Well,
see Amar, as the thing opens up, he kind of like rocks back on his heels and goes, bloody fucking hell. The rings. That's where they go. I felt this energy before.
Oh my god.
So that's what's at the middle of the infinite rings.
Oh, is it like, wait, is the Infinite Rings a jail?
We don't know.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm asking right now.
So the guy kind of, after he gets done, he looks all at you. Found some way into the rings. I can feel.
Or, just to interrupt, how about a way out?
I think that's probably worse. He turns aside, away, like turns away from you guys, and then violently vomits on the ground.
Oh.
Like he doesn't seem like he's bothered by this, so he just wipes his mouth and he kind of looks back over you, but he needed to throw up.
All that could have been mine.
The vomit?
Oh my god.
Amar.
Wow.
He wipes his mouth. Says, "I think we've got to get the Minotaur involved in this,
Mhm.
unless you're planning to walk through that."
Well, it was a moment ago.
So he smiles and goes, "Where's your toe?"
What?
He says, "Where's your toe?"
My toe? TOE?
Yes.
TW.
Is my toe missing?
He's asking you, "Where's your toe?" What do you say to him?
I don't know what that means, brother.
He says, "Oh, we always use toes in the Legion. What'd you leave behind to get brought back in case that ends up being certain death?"
Oh, not much.
So he smiles and says, "You're a one-lifer. All right. This should be fun." He kind of reaches back, and you see this like long spear of psionic energy just get formed around his hand as he draws a spear and then puts it over his shoulder. "So, we're going into probable certain death. I like it." He kind of rocks back a little bit with his drunkenness, kind of ruining his cool moment.
Can the Minotaur be here in less than 3 hours? 3 seals.
Depends on how much we can light a fire under their ass. I don't know how to contact any of them. Somebody does.
Well, we do not have that much time, from what I understand.
Well, got something like that. Reads as evil as that thing reads. Pretty simple just things to do. You go through, you kill all the evil things on the other side. You kill the evil thing, bringing other things from places to here. Or we wait here and we just chop them as they come out, one at a time.
I don't want to go in so bad.
I do not want to go in.
But he recognized it.
We would have so many issues with time and planes, and we might miss our other thing.
Just Drock. Drock, you know that he's an ardent, so he can feel like he has a field of psionic energy around him at all times. He's going based on like emotion and intuition. Like he might sound like this is like, oh, I 100% know exactly what this is. Ardent's whole thing is emotions, is reacting to emotions very strongly and intuiting their way through things. So keep that in mind with how he's talking. Like your character would be aware that this guy goes, basically this person's like the idea of like follow your instincts. He's used his psionic powers to bolster his instincts to the point where he treats them like certain fact.
Yeah. Okay.
And he's drunk.
And he's drunk. I do not want to go into the portal.
I guess we can wait.
So we just hold. So Filibuster standing here holding the portal open, and then you can see there's just blackness inside. And then something sort of bubbles out of the exterior, like out of the skin of the obelisk. And then you see in that bubble hundreds of eyes open up. And then several of the eyes turn and like look at different people. But most of the eyes, about half of the hundreds of eyes, look at a blank spot just outside the circle.
Yeah, of course. I have to start speaking in rhymes again.
What blank spot? I'm joking.
looking where Clotho is.
I know.
What blank spot?
So,
It's that song by Taylor Swift.
So the eyes focus in on where Clotho is. Several of the eyes kind of look around in different directions, and then you get this intense feeling of attention on you, and that's where we'll start next session.
Yay!
We
Yay.
expedited. They didn't have to fill out paperwork to come into Silverspire.
Rude.
They will. We're gonna make damn sure they do.
Yeah,
Put them in the
you're
menagerie.
weird. I thought that the chances of you guys going through to here and getting to the combat part of this was pretty high. So I had the combat written up. And I cannot find the page that has the splash screens for the woman and the obelisk on it.
Man, Gary
But-
sure didn't expect us to spend an hour talking to a dragon.
Yeah,
I
the failure.
I thought
Or
it was
that-
within the realm of possibility. I just didn't know. I thought that it was pretty likely that you guys were going to get to that thing and then have the whole thing of like, hey, you're going to have to really convince them to let you through. And then in the process of being let through, the thing with the plates where mostly where Drock reads weird. And then that would be sort of the complication for getting through. So that skill challenge and then have the menagerie at the end. And then maybe seeing something with the dragon, but stopping for the parade was another reasonable option. But I knew that meant that, okay, that we're going to take quite a bit of time here to resolve whatever with the dragon.
I just
I
want to
didn't
talk to Govalur so I can find out where his tailor is,
I didn't think you guys were going to talk to the dragon and then tell it to play dumb.
Well, it said it wanted to play dumb.
Yeah.
That's
Which
not
is
what
pretty smart.
Well, it said it didn't want to get found out.
What it said was that if the owner knows that it's intelligent, that it's going to be harder for it to escape. You can translate that as it doesn't want to know. It doesn't want anyone to know, but that's not really what's being said there,
That's how I felt.
which is fine.
Yeah.
That's it. Your interpretation is very reasonable. Is
Let
not
the dragon eat the man and fly away.
When we're not there. Plausible deniability.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah, there was a bunch of NPCs with names and stuff to do here, so I was excited going through the version where you got to meet Thrazdul early.
So the
Oh,
question
yeah.
is, does Clotho's influence on Thrazgul is that more permanent than whatever the fuck we did? I'm assuming so.
I think it's gotta be. As soon as we have a chance, I want to have her talk to poor sweet Vertek.
We should have gotten the dragon to come help us with these adversaries.
We still could. We could dash out.
Call him in. Hey, this guy stole your ancestors' identity, and he's why you're stupid. Eat them.
Makes perfect sense.
All right.
All right.
Well-
session. I enjoyed that.
That was
Yeah.
good.
Super fun.
I will catch you all in a couple weeks.
Yeah. Bye, friends.
This is
Bye.
2 weeks.
Bye.
Yes?
Thanks, Gary.
On the 3rd is our next.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
Okay,
2
bye.
weeks next one. Thank you guys for coming and playing. And I'm glad that if you threw me a curveball of we're going to go to Silverspire, which requires me to do a lot of prep, as you guys can kind of tell. I'm glad you guys then did actually go to Silverspire, because it would have frustrated me a little bit if I'd done all the work to like do all the stuff for the menagerie and for the guards and for the shops and for a bunch of the other stuff that's going on here. I did all that, and you guys are like, "Yeah, we really haven't heard from Bedveer in a while. Let's go talk to him." I go,
Gary, how did you? What words do you use in the generation of these blade links?
I mean, I can send you the stuff from it if you want.
I just want to know what the words are. Like Nade, like that dude just looks. That's metal as fuck.
I've worked a lot on the Bladelings, and I really enjoyed how this batch of Bladelings turned out. I mean, people can leave. We're done talking about session stuff, but if you want to talk,
I'm gonna take off. Take care, guys.
I'm out.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
I need
Later.
to know who the portraits were in the blank spaces that the people that we didn't meet. I need to know.
you might meet them next time. So
I hate it here.
All right,
Okay.
take care, everyone.
I'm going to leave. Goodbye.